And we're live. Hello and welcome to a special episode where we are going to replay the first online Hex conference. The second annual online Hex conference is coming up next week. And so there was an overwhelming majority of people that wanted me to stream after QuantGang for me to stream the previous Hex conference because I know that uh, a year ago, the price was 1.2 cents, and we didn't have as many Hex streamers in the community yet. And so I'm really excited to show off the schedule for this year's Hex conference. That's called Hexpo.online. Last year, we called it HexChange.live. And so there's an online version that's going to be happening next week, January 6th through 9th. That'll be Thursday through Sunday. And then we're also going to have an in-person conference in a couple of months here, and that's called Hexpo.Vegas. And the tickets for that are almost sold out. There's another 140 tickets left, and that'll be in Las Vegas on 3/6/9, March 6th through 9th, 2022. And so go ahead and get a ticket for that at hexticket.com and get excited about that event. So here we can see the schedule for the online Hex conference this year. It's going to involve a lot of familiar faces, over 80 different speakers. We're going to have pro athletes and Hex psychologists. We're going to have devs and quants. We're going to have OGs, Hex musicians, people who are famous in all the different aspects of Hex. We're hoping to have a presentation by the Sense Foundation. The founder of Hex, Richard Hart, is definitely on board. And I'm not sure if it's a coincidence that the last day to sacrifice for PulseX is also the day that Richard Hart will speak at the conference to get that base rate. So happy New Year's to everybody. Thank you so much for being a part of the Hex community for the past year or two. And I'm just really excited here to share the replay of the first Hex conference, day one. And so I'm going to bring that up here and make sure that we're streaming with audio and everything. And you can see I had much poorer lighting, and but this shows you how early we were. So without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and let this roll for about 4.5 hours. And then in the coming days, there will be probably tomorrow, we'll do a 6-hour video from the Hex conference. And then the following day is going to be the practice day. So we won't be streaming. And then we'll probably do a 6 to 12-hour stretch to get the rest of the 24-hour content out on Monday, and then Quanking on Tuesday. Wednesday, we'll give everybody a break. And then on Thursday, we'll start with the second Hex conference. So shout out to everybody participating and everybody in the comments here. Happy New Year's to all, and stake wisely, my friends. We are going to switch over to the pre-recording now, so enjoy. Hello and welcome to the world's first Hex conference, HexChange 2021. I'm your host, Matty Allen, and I'm a programmable money advocate and mental health advocate, and I will be hosting the conference. Now, there's two types of people, I think, in the world. There are people who understand Hex now and people who will understand Hex in the future. And the goal of this conference is to help you be one of the people who understand Hex best. Hex is a high interest time deposit on the Ethereum blockchain, and it represents the invention of a new economic technology in the form of its immutable time lock and savings-based truth engine. Hex is a Nobel Prize worthy invention created by Richard Hart, who will keynote on Saturday of this conference. For historical purposes, the price of Ethereum is $1,200 at this time. Hex is 1.2 cents, and Bitcoin is 36K, which means that it's up 3.6 million times since it achieved penny parity about 12 years ago. Hex has already done 352x since its deepest discount in the first year, and Hex is designed to do 10,000x in the 2.5 years since its inception. This conference features over 40 influencers and brilliant minds. Over the next 4 nights, there will be 3 hours of panels, testimonials, and talks, followed by an hour keynote and an hour social. Panel topics include community, price, staking, game. Oh no, why is it crashing? I will play it from file if I have to. I've got it ready to go. Game theory, global, and self-help. And talks will range from explaining Hex in terms of business strategies to even mental health. Before we bring out the 4 of the most esteemed leaders of the Hex community, we'll watch. This is not a very good replay if it's not going to play correctly. Let's see. I might have to play this from file. This is unacceptable.
Your dream account, it will be proved.
Yes, historic. We are so early. 1.2 cents was the price of Hex at this moment. Yeah, incredible. Incredible. So this is day 1. I'm gonna fast forward here on my download and see if I can share that instead. Actually, I'm not sure if it's going to play the sound from a download. Every time I refresh, it's like YouTube wants to take me 3 hours into the video, like it's already cached or something. I'm going to play something in the meantime to keep everybody engaged. So after these messages, we will be right back.
their wealth for a certain time, and in turn they grow their wealth by earning interest. But the old school currencies that we lock up in our banks suffer from inflation, which means that while you are gaining interest over time, your money is also losing some of its value. This is where Hex shines. Because Hex is the first high interest paying cryptocurrency. Hex takes the profit out of banks and governments.
It will be proved pretty hard.
So as people can see here, YouTube is crashing, trying to gatekeep Hex. What Hex is, featuring cartoon versions of said leaders. So I've never had to do this before, but I might have to end the stream to get this to work somehow. So unfortunately, the StreamYard does not accept 4-hour videos to upload all at once. Here we go. If it hiccups too much, I'll shut it down and restart it. Thanks for everybody hanging in there. Y'all deserve the mad gains.
What is this Hex, you might ask?
From Maddie Allen of Hex Therapy Live. I like Maddie. Maddie tries to make the world a healthier place. He's a mental health professional. He's done research. There's nothing that a human being could do better than try and heal his fellow man.
Of deposit. Customers lock up their wealth for a certain time, and in turn they grow their wealth by earning interest. But the old school currencies that we lock up in our banks suffer from inflation, which means that while you are gaining interest over time, your money is also losing some of its value. This is where Hex shines, because Hex is the first high-interest paying cryptocurrency. Hex takes the profit out of banks and government money printing and gives it to Hex holders. Hex is actually designed to increase in value. In fact, the value of a single Hex token has multiplied by more than 80 times within the first handful of months it was launched. Which means the Hex holders not only gained interest, but they also multiplied their existing investment exponentially. And it's only just getting started. What makes Hex even more reliable is the fact that Hex is a trustless peer-to-peer system, which means that there is no central power that controls the system. Everything is powered by the users without any counterparty risk. It's pretty, interesting. To get started, head to Hex.com. Links below. Farewell.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody out there.
Maddie, that was a great video. I've never seen that before. That was really something special.
Awesome. Yeah, the community made it, and it's
Just
out
kidding.
there.
But yeah, man, thank you for the intro. This is awesome.
Absolutely.
I love what you're putting together. And I'm here with the great hexologist and expecting to more. And the crowd goes wild. I can hear them.
Well, I'm gonna
through
let
my-
you
through my
guys take it
speaker.
over for the community panel, and
All right.
I'll be back after.
All right. See you later. So, so 2021 HexChange, huh? Thanks for coming out, guys. You've been great.
Yeah.
Let's shout out some people that we see in the chat. This is going to be pretty similar to a live stream. You guys could say whatever you want. We got mods. What's up, David Morales? What is up? Benny Blanco, Tripod, Don't Panic, Crypto Kool-Aid. Thank you for making this beautiful background, my friend. Flavio, thank you for your amazing use of capital letters. Barely Crafty, great job with the emojis. Hex Monkey, how's it going? Crypty Girl, what's going on? I'm excited for your presentation later. Ash 6484, what's up? Man, we got everybody here. Hector the Protector is here. Toby Wan, Bit Finesse. I loved your banana talk the other day, bro. Hex, I'm not sure if you were able to catch that, but did you know if you eat just bananas straight up, basically like cures every disease ever, according to Bit Finesse.
Well, let's do bananas as the it's what we started on. It's what we're gonna end on, right? As monkeys, we ate bananas. Now we're gonna convert that into.
It all comes right back, yeah.
Yeah, it's a circle of life. Have you not seen The Lion King?
Yeah, bro, I've seen The Lion King.
Circle of life.
Yeah, your dad's gonna die. I'm sorry. Valiant Brand, what's up? Valiant Brand, what's up? Steven Fishing Blog, Oli Juanito, Crypto Butler, Ross Hex, troll away, Ross Hex. We need you trolling. Yeah, I think I got all the names down for now, but so what's up with this Hex thing that everyone's talking about? It's like a penny now, it's like
What a great thing that we've had for the last year and 2 months now. Year and 2 months almost. No, a year and a month. I think it's a year and 1 month today.
Yeah.
For about a year. So
I mean, we are probably the luckiest people in the world to have stumbled onto something this life-changing and this revolutionary. The thing is, it's right in front of everyone's face, and most people can't tell world-changing innovation when it's staring them right in the face.
right.
And it's sad, but all you guys in the chat, you guys are very open-minded, and you're lucky to be here, because next year, who knows, we might do this in real life, and I think there's going to be a lot more of us. Did Bitcoin even have a conference the first year? Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Too scared. They're all in their basement.
Yeah, that's another thing, and that's another thing about Bitcoin. No, that's another thing about hexers is they all show their face, and that's something we glorify, because you got to sacrifice anonymity for power. there's this weird fetish of anonymity in the crypto world where everyone thinks they can be secretive and put a little frog picture in their profile and just troll the shit out of everybody. And I don't want to say anonymity is bad. Like, you have the right to privacy, right? But you should not want to be anonymous. If you want to do anything important at all, people need to know who you are. So this weird fetish of anonymity, I mean, it's great for transactions. I don't want people seeing where my money is going, but what are you so afraid of to back up something that you love, right? Why be worried about that?
Yeah, so I agree. I guess the topic we're supposed to be on is community. So, like, since we're some of the first ones in the community. What's up, RG3? Oh, geez. Looks like you're dressed for the.
Dude, it's not a physical conference. RG3 showed up to the Allstate Arena and thinks that they're all gonna be there.
Check 1, 2.
Wait, what? There's nobody here, guys.
Oh,
bunk information.
do we actually have any viewers on, or are we just accidentally?
Yeah, we have like 725, I think, on all platforms.
Oh shit! and I don't even have my face on.
Oh, it's beautiful. You got the sunset behind you. It's
yeah, how many used cars did you sell today?
So the bid is like wreaking havoc on us, and so the bosses, the Bobs, called an emergency meeting today, and they decided to do it today and put me out here at 5 o'clock when I'm supposed to be in front of my computer talking to all you fine folks, hanging with the Hexicans.
Well, you're here now, so I'm glad you're here now. We were just talking about community and how it all began and how we,
That's what's awesome about this, is that we've been real about it the whole time. We have our fun and we do all this stuff, but me and Coffee have met. I've traveled around the country, met with other Hexicans, and we've established a real community, with real people speaking the truth, doing our everyday things. I mean, here I am at work, getting off late, but still on here with you guys. I mean, we're just real. That's really what it boils down to, is the Hexican community is real. We're not a bunch of bullshit, that's for sure.
Yeah. And, us three kind of started it all. I mean, we all kind of started the community to where it's like, where it's at now. I mean, it was us doing the videos, I guess, not the actual community, but I mean, it kind of brought people in, and so it's kind of amazing what happened in just a year. I mean, most of us, we didn't. Go ahead.
Give props to Telegram because Telegram was, the beginning of the community where we all started congregating and talking and spreading ideas. And so my hat's off to all the Telegram devs and monitors and all that. And then, do you know who was on the first Discord syndicate?
Was that me?
That was you, Coffee,
right.
and Hipso. The three of us were on the first Discord syndicate show.
Nice.
Yeah. Dollar Cost Crypto isn't here right now, but I remember quarantine had just struck. It was like early March, maybe, or late March or whatever. I was in a 1-bedroom apartment in Chicago. I was just, living the quarantine life, like, oh shit, how long is this gonna last? And I'm on the phone, I'm like hanging out on my couch talking to Dollar Cost Crypto, doing a podcast, and just like drinking or whatever. And we're talking about Hex and just how great of an idea this was gonna be. And I had no idea that it was gonna turn into all this. I had released maybe 2 videos at the time, and at first, I thank you. And that's the thing is, when there is a good idea out there, I think what happened is on Telegram, a lot of people recognized it was a good idea, and they were too afraid to admit it because it was getting so much pushback from people that just didn't like Richard Hart's personality, and so they were afraid to come out. But just by even showing your face or even your voice, even the podcast that me and Dollar Cost did, at the time his name was Litecoin Moses, and who knows what his name was back then, but you give people unconscious permission to do what you're doing just by doing it. So, just by taking that step, people realize, oh man, if that guy can do it, I got something to say too. And so if there's other people out there that validate your point, you don't feel so bad about going out. So I think this core group right here, and if Litecoin or dollar cost ever comes on, him too, we gave people permission to do the same. And everyone that comes on after us continues to cascade down this, giving people permission, their unconscious permission to get up and get off their ass and go do something.
Yeah. And then Hexel made it real easy for us to all go say, well, if that guy can do it every day, I'm sure we can do it at least once or twice a week, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I see how it is.
I still got some getting to do on you, that's for sure.
Oh yes. So yeah, I mean the community, it's been pretty awesome. I wonder why one of the things about the community, I realized that there's a lot of military guys that have been in it. I forgot why. One of the reasons why I think that it is because if you sign your name on that dotted line for 4 years, like you can't get out, and it's just like 4 years in the hex. Like if you're signing your name, not really signing your name, but you're digitally signing your name, you're pretty much in there for the next 4 years. I mean, you can emergency end stake a little bit early and get your principal back, but yeah, I mean, you're pretty much committing to something for 4 years that you're not going to, and it's the first time that this has ever been that it's ever happened with people's money. It really seems like.
Yeah. No, you're right. The community is founded on commitment. It is. It's founded on commitment, and that's what I know you did. You committed to streaming every day, and bro, man, what a freaking awesome job you did at that. You had the vid, you had baby. You did.
I'm still doing it. 402 days.
Well, what I mean is you did it for the launch. Like you committed to what you said, and now you've gone and marined it and went 120% and did the whole thing, continuing it on. But you committed and you did it, and that was, that's what the community was founded on, is that commitment and going out there. And like I said, nobody has ever built anything in crypto that makes you commit to these kinds of time frames. I mean, nobody said they were ever going to hold their Bitcoin for 15 years. And here on day one, we've got people throwing their hex out there for 15 freaking years, man.
Yeah. And I've never committed to anything that long in my life, so I just wanted to see what happens.
You're barely on 15. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I staked a half lifetime for me.
That is crazy. Think about that.
Oh my God. That is wild. That is wild.
Yeah. Well, I cannot relate to the military stuff, but I do think it's pretty badass that I get to hang out with like Marines and shit. But, like, I think it's cool that you actually get to vote with your actions by saying, hey, I believe in this thing so much that I'm going to hold it. Right. And don't you wish you could have done that with Bitcoin? Right. I wish I could have done that with Bitcoin. And if I could have, I probably wouldn't have traded all my money away. Like the amount that I traded away is disgusting when you look back on it. I don't even want to think about it.
Yeah.
And that's only a matter of time.
$38,000.
Yeah. And everyone thinks everyone's a genius in the bull market. So everyone's about to make a lot of money, and they're going to probably make more money if they hold, but some are going to trade and they're going to make money anyway. And they're going to think they're the best at trading, and then they're going to lose in the next bear, because it's really, really hard to make money trading, especially over a long time horizon. So Hex prevents you from having to do that. It incentivizes commitment and incentivizes long-term thinking. And the side effect of that is you just have a healthier, longer-term mindset. It's beautiful.
One of the best things I think with Hex is for the community is that, like you guys said, with Bitcoin, you can't, if you would have been able to stake it 10 years ago, how rich would you be? But not only that, from 10 years ago, how many people have came and gone because they traded themselves out? They've traded all of their money, and now it's all gone because they, gave somebody else their keys, or lost their keys or lost all of their profits. and then they just go away from the community. They probably actually hate the community, because that's what happens when you trade and you're not in the community anymore. But with Hex, when you stake it for 10, 15 years, you're going to be here for the next 10, 15 years to look at your bag at least once, probably once a week, twice a week or something like that. Some people every day. And so really we're keeping up that, more people, we're going to it only can spread once somebody's in 15 years, because then that person's set in stone for 15 years, going to be on the team, unless you're going to FUD your own bags, which is very rare that somebody wants to FUD their own bags. There are a few people out there.
It's creepy when people do that. It's creepy. Yeah. It's really it's a little weird. But
and the fact that through the selling of the bag or the dumping of the bag, we lose community members by attrition, that's good, because we don't want those community members around anyway. So
right.
It's good.
Those people are gone because they're traders. They won't be in the community because they never actually had a 15-year stake. If they have a 15-year stake, they're gonna have to stick in here and just be like, yeah, I guess that was a 60% down day, but I got a 15-year stake, so let's go. Yeah. Come on, they're going to promote it anyway, because they're they're almost forced to, because if you're FUDing your bag, it's a bad idea in general.
Yeah, all it makes you want to do during the dip is try harder, and you're like, oh, now we got to do more to pump this thing, and pump all of our bags. So, sorry, what was that, RG?
No, you're right. I've noticed that on our streams, when we're in a downturn, or we're in some type of our hex bear runs, which are a matter of weeks or a month or so, sideways action, I should say. I found that we're working harder. It's harder to do it because the excitement's not. It's so easy to get up and stream with the community when everybody's fired up, prices going up, everyone's excited, the chat room is filled, the Twitter's going off. It's so easy. But in those downturns, like me and Hexo, we call each other and we're like, bro, man, we're freaking dying here, man. We need some excitement, and it's harder to do when it's like that. But that's when we push harder, and keep streaming and keep talking to the community, keep the spirits up, and keep bringing content.
Yep. That's right. Yeah, those long 3 months with when we were at 0.003, that was probably one of the hardest times, because up or down, you could talk about it either way. You could say, oh, great, we're up, or oh, who's selling, who sold. But the sideways is what gets you. The sideways is just treading water, waiting, wondering, right now, for example. And I know this is going to be a really short-term thinker thing of me to say, so, don't get mad at me. But I know we just pumped up to 2 pennies, right? Now we're back down at a nice penny. That's almost as high as we've ever been, right? It's pretty hard to have lost money buying into Hex, unless you bought the absolute.
You have to really fuck up in order to lose. You're in Hex. I'm serious. You had to really, really fuck up in order to get it.
Yeah. At this point in time,
Can we say the F word on this show?
Yeah, you should probably keep it down. You should probably keep it, keep it conference worthy, unless
Okay, I'm sorry.
Your grandma might be in the crowd. Grandma might be in the crowd.
Yeah, no, we can say freaking. We can say freaking.
All right, I'm trying.
I don't know any other F words, so but anyway, so we hit a penny and a half. Now we're down. And then we hit 2 pennies. Now we're back to 1.2 pennies ish, right? Yep. And again, it's really hard to have lost money during that time, but for some reason, the fact that we're down and everything else is pumping around us, and ETH is pumping and Bitcoin is pumping and Hex is staying stable, for some reason I have this weird drive to we need to do more. We need to do more. So it's it's good to sit back and realize how far we've come, put it all in perspective. Think about the fact that we were literally talking about Hex in 10,000ths of a penny. Do you guys remember that? It's 2 10,000ths today, and now we're talking about a full full pennies. And
cool.
So it's easy to lose sight of how far we've come, is what I'm trying to say. Because even myself, I noticed myself saying, dang it, we're not pumping when everything else is pumping. But that's the weird thing about Hex too. It's so decorrelated that it's gonna pump when you least expect it.
So
And it really doesn't matter about the pumping anyway. It's you're getting your interest, and you got almost 6 hex per t-shirt today, and each hex is worth a penny and a half almost of it. It's like, man,
that's so exciting to be able to look at that every day too. I mean, literally, you can look at your interest payments every day and get excited about it, whether price is up or down. You get excited when price is up, but I mean, getting to look at your t-shirt freaking advancement every single day is really cool to look at. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah, especially all the guys that were in for big payday, but even afterwards, you're making. I mean, if you stake for 3 or 4 years, I believe you're making about 38% APY. Where else are you going to get that in the traditional system? You're not even going to get that in most other cryptos. You'd be lucky.
You're not going to get that anywhere. Maybe at the horse track. That's about it.
What? You can't invest your dollars at the horse track?
RG find a way.
Oh, yes, you can.
You got to bet on the jockey. You know what I mean?
Going long on the jockey.
Hey, but I wanted to say something about community, about you two guys, and during those times, what I was trying to get at was, during those times when it's down or when it's sideways, and I was trying to pick up content, Coffee would always have some bitchin' video he'd come out with, and it'd be like, oh fuck, I never even thought of that. Awesome. And it would give me another direction to think in and things to speak about and talk to and all that. And then the same with Hexo, being there every single day. I could always go to his stream and get a little bit of motivation, a little bit of something, a little bit of community interaction, because you interacted with the community on a daily basis. You got to know everybody. You participated in the community itself with the individual. And you always gave me content and inspiration to be able to do this show every, 3 days a week. And so thank you guys for participating every day, and Coffee, when you did what you did to bring content to help me keep going.
Yeah. I'm not done. It's it's a work in progress, guys. It's it's hard, right? It's hard. You almost get flooded out a lot of the time. There's a lot of people trying to take your bags away from you and get it into something worse, or that just don't understand what they're talking about. Everyone's a wannabe lawyer on the internet, and I feel like when people hear legal words, they get all scared, right? I get a little riled up, but like 99% of these people are not lawyers. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. So you need to block out the FUD. You need to just fall back on the community, because it's the best one in crypto, hands down.
Yeah, and all the information is really given to you. I mean, if you listen to Richard, it's like he can explain the legal FUD to you that they've been talking about, all the hate and everything. It's like, go listen to Richard. He's talked about why it's not a security, why, pretty much there's a lot of securities out there probably in the crypto world, but is Hex one? He gives you like why it's not. And you go to listen to any other founder, they're not talking about why this is not a security and why we made it. It's not. No, it's just like, give us your money and we swear we're gonna do it for you. We swear we're going to. And 4 years later, the SpongeBob meme, 4 years later, kind of.
One eternity later.
And it's like, so is this done? Or it's like, oh, we actually haven't even come out with the first update that we told you about. So
with every other crypto, you're at the whim of some developers' hopes and dreams and free time. And what if they're going through a bad divorce? You can't, that's just a random point, but life happens, and to rely on promises from people is no way to live. I probably would have been out of crypto by now if it wasn't for Hex, and the fact that it's actually finished was something that's super appealing. I mean, you don't have to worry about somebody maybe doing work for you later. I mean, it's pretty nice that it keeps happening, right? We all just keep happening to do work, and we're not promising that we will in the future, but I'm pretty sure Hexo is going to wake up tomorrow and do a video. That's pretty beautiful thing. Toby1 Hexobi says RG3 avoided the F word for about 90 seconds. I think we're seeing a vein start to pop in your forehead, bro. Just kidding. Sorry, guys. Keep it professional.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was literally out and done with crypto. I not only did I pay the price for it, you know, with losing the bags that I had gained and all the work that I'd done, but I saw friends and family, you know, get wrecked, and they weren't even trading. They just, you know, bought a little of this, bought a little of that, wanted to try it, and I got a lot of them involved, and they got wrecked, and I was just done with it. I was like, you know what, this place is so full of scammers, it's so full of promises, and it's not what it's all cracked up to be, you know. And so I'm searching for words without F in it. So I said, screw it, I'm done, you know. And but I'm gonna wait for this Richard Hart thing to come out, you know. I was like, all right, I'll wait and see what this real down mother is gonna, you know, put out there. And Hex not only kept me in crypto, but got me doing things in crypto that I never would have done. I never would have gone out and shilled for another coin. I never would have gone out and put a stream together. I never would have gone out and tried to seek friends in the crypto world, you know, that I didn't know. I mean, that was the last thing I wanted to do was, you know, try and befriend any of you guys. You know, so, I mean, or trust you or meet up with you or any of that crap, you know. But here I am, you know, and my life would be less if I didn't have all of you guys and all of this community out there. It would be less right now. I couldn't imagine my life without the Hex community. You know, I couldn't imagine it right now without it.
Yeah.
If I lost the Hex community tomorrow, I would be lesser of a human being, because it really has brought something, you know, to the table for me, as far as companions, something to look forward to, something to be involved in, something to give back to. Really gives a lot of significance to me anyway. Personally, it gives me a lot of significance being involved in this community, because so many of you are so cool. I mean, there's some really messed up shit in my DMs. There's some people that have said some really bad stuff or have threatened me with some things or whatever. But all that stuff doesn't matter compared to the relationships I have with like the two of you guys and some of the other people out there. So, I mean, I wouldn't trip for anything. And it got me back into crypto and excited about it. So.
Yeah, could you imagine going through 2020 without the Hex community? To be honest, like really, I don't even know what I would have.
No way.
I would have went crazy, guys. I would have went crazy.
Everybody always complains about their year. They're always complaining about 2020, and I'm like, I feel like I have this secret that I have to commiserate with them. Like I have to say, oh yeah, it's been tough, right? But no, it's been freaking great. I've been on this weird, unusual ride with meeting all these crazy random people that, again, like you say, RG, like I would have never probably done this. I met up with some of the big, never mind. The Hex community is just outstanding by far. It's you know, it's a weird ride that I never would have thought I'd be on, but there is some dark places on there, right? There's some dark spots out on the internet, especially when you get to be anonymous and you don't, you know, people control you all they want. People have said some weird stuff to me too, some creepy stuff. And you know, Hex continues to be that shining light on the hill, as Richard says, and it's just a great place to fall back on and to meet new positive people that actually want the best for other people. I don't think people realize that Hexicans are so great that they want everyone around them to be rich too. We're not shilling a coin because we want to take advantage of you and we have to steal wealth from you in order to get rich. We all collectively realize that wealth is a positive sum game, and you can make a pie bigger, and that provides value for the whole circle, right? You guys know how circles work. You make a bigger circle, you got the same slice, you got more meat or more pie, right? So wealth is a positive sum game. Most a lot of coins out there are actually, I mean, not a lot of coins, a lot of things in the world are actual Ponzi schemes, and that's kind of a dark place that crypto can get into at times as well. So you know, Hex actually combats that, and I don't think a lot of people realize.
Well, how many coins do you think will be around in 15 years? How many of these coins? Because Hex will be here no matter what.
Pretty shitty ones have lasted a long time.
But going on, 15 years. But I mean, look back at 7 years. Like from the last bull run to now, it's the crappy ones are here now. But like you go back to the bull run before that, it's completely different. They had color coins and stuff like that. Like, oh, there's the blue coin. I can't remember all the color coins, but it was like, so I think it takes one time to get all those coins gone, one bull run. So now this is the bull run that'll switch up all of the altcoins and to maybe, actually having some decent ones in there, not, completed products. I think Hex is going to be there obviously it's going to be there for the next 15 years and just continuing, with that 15, because it's never going to, today there's a 15-year stake. So it's going to be here in 15 years. Somebody's going to want to trade it, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's right. I made one on Christmas. I made a 15-year. I felt like a lunatic, but I do.
That's another thing about what you said, Crypto Coffee, about 15-year stakes. If we didn't care about anybody else, we would just be like, stake it for 15 years, or just don't stake it. If we didn't care about anybody else, because you said that everybody, we kind of want people. It's a positive sum game in Hex. If this was any other community, I feel like it would just be like, stake it for 15 years. Don't even think about it. Yeah. So I could dump on you.
Yeah.
And then you're staking for 10 days. And it's like, but here, we talk about staking ladders. We talk about, profit, or, if you need to take profit or whatever. And that's one of the cool things about Hex as well, is like, or the community is just, we, like you said, we all try to help each other. We all have probably different plans, but somewhat similar too. Like staking ladders is really popular. So I'm guessing that's like a big plan for a lot of people, but it could be, there's many different staking ladders that, could be helpful towards your personality too.
And being a responsible investor in a crypto community, especially, see, everybody here, even the people that are on the stream right now, we're in a unique position with Hex. Hex is going to go big and strong, and it's going to suck up a lot of economic energy from other sectors in the world globally. There's going to be a lot of economic energy flow, and it's going to be like a black hole, is my thoughts. But Hexicans, and I'm so glad that we've been able to help, speak the narrative of responsible, being a responsible bag holder, because the whales of tomorrow are being developed right now. Just think about it. Most cryptocurrencies, the top 2,000 wallets are the top wallets in that crypto. So that means that every single dolphin, most of the squids, and all of the sharks and whales are the whales and the custodians of the value, of the wealth, of the true Genesis shares of the Hex. And they are going to be the whales of tomorrow and need to be the responsible custodians of those bags, and speaking now to not dumping and not only, being a smart investor and laddering and dollar costing in and all that, but dollar costing out and keeping your expenses to where you're doing the right things for your life versus, dumping to get a fur coat, a Lamborghini, or $10,000 sneakers. I'm not telling anybody they can't do what they want with their money.
But you can't do that.
A custodian of millions of dollars of a community's wealth and value, then you have to be a custodian of that and treat that community with what it's given you. To much is given, much is what do they say? Much is required. So
yeah, sure.
You're going to get those big hundreds of millions of dollars of bags. Then you need to be a good custodian of that and think about the community and think about the ecosystem. Now that goes against probably libertarian thinking and, hey, my money is my money, but when it comes down to it, Richard has set that narrative and has set that for us all by the creation of the OA and whoever or whatever entity or whatever is operating the OA. And we have to all take the example of the OA into consideration. Oh, look who it is, Mr. Late Beans.
What is going on? It is not a hex stream. If Latecoin Moses doesn't come in 30
Late coin.
Late coin. It's late coin.
what's
You
Hey,
should
so-
just change that. I mean, yeah, why not, right?
Yeah, right. What's one more change? And so for all 700 of you, if you somehow don't know this beautiful man right here, his name is we're not really sure what he goes by many different names. Dollar Cost Crypto is currently his name. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Dollar Cost Crypto, originally known as Litecoin Moses, Hex Jesus, Dogecoin Muhammad, and I'm a man of names, but a Hexican through and through. You know.
Yeah.
Oh my
Good
God!
to have you here.
I've got so many good memories with all the three guys on here on this panel right now. I mean, like we were here since the freaking beginning. Like I was crazy enough to even just to do a podcast about Hex. Like Hexologist was the first guy to ever like do videos on it. Like me and Crypto Coffee was. I think you two were like the first. Coffee and like Hexologist were the first two guests I think I may have actually really had on my my podcast. Yeah. And then I had Captain RG3 right after as well, and we started the Discord syndicate together with Hexo and Captain RG3 and everything. And then Coffee always did. It's too many memories, so many good memories. You know, it was so cool.
And it's only been a year, bro.
I know.
It's only been a year.
We've been streaming so much. I mean, me and Captain and you have been like 24 hours, like all the time. Twice. Yeah. And Coffee is like the best. Like, oh my God, I've had so many like metaphysical conversations about life.
Yeah, man.
Is it like that? Like the green room in Discord Syndicate afterwards, people don't realize it. We not only do we stream for 3 hours, but then we sit down and talk for 2 hours afterwards. Sometimes I've gone to bed and you guys have stayed up till like 4 o'clock in the morning on the damn green room. You guys are in there talking still for like 4 or 5 hours after the stream. Crazy.
What should we do? What should we do about the stake right now? Okay, so I've got 100,000 hex. I can put it right here on this year, but what if just strategy and strategy? I mean, like
tweaking.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's amazing. And we got 700 people watching us right now that have joined in along the way, either from day one or anywhere in between. And you're always welcome to keep piling in, guys, because this thing's only getting bigger. This is HexChange 2021, the very first.
Hex only goes up and to the right. To the right that way, or whatever this way.
I guarantee.
Yeah.
You gotta wiggle your tie. You gotta wiggle your tie.
Yeah, right. I forgot my tie, so I can't wiggle it. Shit.
How crazy would it be? I just took my shirt off. I just got a giant Hex logo on my chest. Tattooed it on.
Maybe for next year we'll get the tattoos going. I know a couple people already have one. I'll proudly, if we get to $1, I will proudly show everybody my Hex tat by next year.
All right. Dude, $1.
You can hold me to that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You heard it here first, folks.
That's how much I love this community.
I gotta change my name.
I'm gonna do mine.
It's happening again.
Yeah. All right. Don't poke yourself too hard with the pen.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's see. Dollar cost Hex. Great idea.
Yes. That's literally what I've been telling people, and we've all been telling people for like ever. I mean, all of us were like dollar cost averaging into the AA since the beginning, you know? I mean, up until like, I was like, I did everything in my power to stay in the AA until like I got forced off my farm, off the AA farm into the Uniswap, into those shady lands.
Yeah. Yeah, I stopped doing AA after probably day 150 or something.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Oh, after that big hike, what happened? Like I forgot where it was, but there was like a big hike.
Well, it just didn't matter. But you also had to wait till the end of the day, and price could move against you, and you're just like, well, I could just get it right now, and it could be going up. It could also go back down, but you're getting a worse price. I just never, the AA didn't really. By the end of it, didn't make sense to me.
But yeah, I mean, that's the kind of stuff you get with the community. You get brilliant people like all these three here giving you actual good advice. And like RG3 was saying, we're not trying to rip you off. We're not trying to sell to the greater fool. This is different than, Twitter. Not to say Twitter is not great, but it's not an ideal community because a lot of times it's not nuanced. And a lot of what the community, I notice that they really do well, is they explain and they take the time to say it's kind of this, but it's also kind of that, and it kind of depends on your individual life situation. There's no black and white answer, just like there's no ideal, 15-year stake. This guy Ken Bosak, awesome dude, just got into Hex a couple days ago, launched just YOLO'd a 15-year stake way out in there, and I told him on Twitter, I said, "Whoa, man! First of all, congratulations. Second of all, if you need that money sooner, I would have recommended a ladder. I'm not saying you did the wrong thing, but you could talk to us and we'll give you kind of advice where maybe you can just sell the interest and restake the principal and have a perpetual passive income machine. We'll tell you that kind of stuff. Where a lot of other communities, I see them a lot of just moon boy talk and not a whole lot of substance to it, right?
Yeah,
well, that's where I meant is like. In any other community, they'd be like, 15-year stake. Oh, nice. You're in. You've put all of your money right there for 15
And then
years.
they're selling in the background, right?
Yeah. And then we're like,
That's the only way to make money. The only way to make money is to go 15.
you have to be in for 15 years, bro. I mean, if it was any other community, I feel like they would be shilling the 15 years so hard and never talking about staking ladders or
Hexologist. You're not a hex again unless 89% of your entire stack is the 5555.
like that's I could have started
Quattro Cinco, you ain't shit.
I could have started like an underground, a paid trading group or something like that, but it's only for staking. And just, okay, this actually ladder stake. Hey, and on my show at 15-year stakes, unless you're not a Hexakin, and really just you could get really crazy and dirty.
Yeah, we're not conspiring. We don't all have like this secret day that we're all staking on the same day, and we're all gonna like emergency. We're like we're all and staking at the same time. It's like December 21st, 2021. We're
We don't have a secret Telegram group where we're all getting ready to dump on you.
Yeah.
There might be one out there, but I'm not a part of it. So somebody didn't invite me.
Yeah,
They barely let me on the ship.
I would love to be. I don't want to be any part of that.
Yeah, invite me, guys. Invite me. I need the invite again.
Please, I need more friends.
Hey, but one thing I do want to say about people getting into Hex is that some people who didn't have a lot of Hex, they had, 10, 20, 50,000 Hex that they gotten gifted to them, or they got a hold of it and that was all they could do. They were on the lower end of the income bracket. I did tell them that their best bet was to take that and put it out, past 10 years and more than likely at 15. So if they did just have a little bit in order to get the biggest gain that they can, throw that out there and then do what you can to dollar cost yourself in and start building a ladder, for the future. For those of you who don't have a lot of income to throw into it right away.
Because you really only need, even you can just get one T-share. All you really need is like 4,000 Hex to get a T-share if you're going out for 10 years. Or, I mean, it's not 16,000. It's like 4,000 or so, maybe 5,000 or so.
It's like 4,300 or 250, I think, is like what because I try to do it on my show every once in a while. Really, but that's all you need. Well, I think isn't it 5,000? No, it is 4,000.
Yeah,
you might be right. 4,500.
Yeah, because you go 3 times longer, you get 3 times the shares.
3x, whatever that is. So yeah, 4,500 maybe.
You stake your Hex and you're already 3xing already.
Hey, you just gotta wait for 10 years to get it.
I mean, the OGs right now.
But you stamped it. You stamped it on the blockchain. That's what you're getting,
Yep.
Like the OGs right now, their shares are only going up right now. If you noticed and stuff, I don't know about a lot of other people's and stuff, but like I have restaked all my Hex. All the Hex that's come out. I've kept a little bit of interest, but like all my principal and a good chunk of my interest is getting all staked out. So my shares are only going up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, I think that you realize that once you've been in it for, like, we've been in it for a year, and like, I have year-long stakes that I have coming out, and I'm like, dude, why did I even do this? Like, a year flew by, and I wish I would have just staked it for 3 to 5 years instead of just this year, and then probably at
That
these
was why ES.
yeah, and then
That's
at
why
these 3 to
ES
5
was there.
at these 3 to 5 year stakes, I'm gonna be like, dang it, I wish I would have just staked it for 10 years, because you're just always gonna want that that
Yeah.
interest you could have had, but you're
Right.
not gonna get it.
Like for
Shit.
for me, it was like I staked a couple, like 2 years, 1.5 years was my shortest stake, and I get to that point, I'm almost at that point, and now I'm thinking I don't really need the money right now. Like, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty all right. So I do kind of wish I thought even longer term, because just what Hex is teaching me, and probably a lot of you guys too, is like, once you have these stakes out there, you just want to work so that you can see them succeed in the future, and you don't really think so much about having money now, because it ends that scarcity mindset. You think that you're abundant because you are on paper, but that's another thing. Everything's only on paper, guys. How much cash do you have? If you don't have any cash in your pocket, I hate to break it to you, all of your gains are on paper. So whether or not you believe that this on paper gain is more real than this on paper gain, if you're in crypto in general, you should be okay with the idea of holding a digital assets. I don't think it's that hard of a leap to make personally, but yeah, I mean, if you feel more abundant, you feel more wealthy, you start acting in a different way. I know I definitely have.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys.
Well, I forgot who said it, but you consider yourself that wealthy now. So you demand more of yourself, and you start like you said, acting like that towards other people and towards
Hex gives you that long-term mentality. I mean, you start walking more upright, you start thinking longer term and stuff. I mean, just teaching new people and stuff, like their mentalities, they're coming. The people come to like us all the time, and they're like day traders, like trying to trade on the daily, like, and just being in Hex, even the worst of them are now starting to think, maybe let me see what happens in a quarter or in a year from now. And that's just that little tweak like there is such a mindset shift for some of these guys, because eventually they'll get wrecked a little bit. Some people that are trading, and they'll become investors. Like, you want to become an investor, you don't want to be a trader, you want to be an investor. Yeah, a long-term thinker.
Right. It's not as glamorous as Ty Lopez makes it look. I don't even know the hot traders nowadays, but I don't even think he is a trader. But you're not posted up in your underwear on a beach with a bunch of models around you. No, you're in your basement. You're stressed out. You're waking up at 4 a.m. because your alert went off, and your alert went off to tell you that you got scammed down and you got liquidated because you took out 10x leverage. I mean, this is a hypothetical situation that I've lived through, and I don't want anything more to do with that. So
a hypothetical situation that you've lived through.
I was hoping you'd catch that.
I think we all have had that hypothetical situation that we've lived through.
I may or may not have done that to myself. But guys, what I'm saying is you got to get in Hex. It's so much better. It's and for any of the 700 people that aren't in it right now, I'm glad you're watching. So hopefully it's something that we say rubs off on you in a not weird way.
And it's not, and it's so people ask me all the time, is it too late? No. No. But it is not too late. The share price is still cheap. The Hex is at a penny.
So with the is it too late mentality, they would have said the same thing about Bitcoin at 10 cents, $1, $50, $200. You could have made a is it too late article or an is it too late YouTube video at any point, like along those rides, and that would have got a bunch of clicks, because everyone's always thinking from that scarcity, oh, I'm too late. Oh, it already went up. Bitcoin went up 3 million X. Hex went up 300X. That's a factor of 10,000 in between. So
it's getting close to 4 million. By the way, it's getting close to 4 million.
Yeah, weird, guys. Weird times we're living in. Crazy world.
Yeah.
It's the price of Ethereum is going up, and you guys and people are tripping about the price of Hex. People buy Hex with Ethereum?
Yeah. What do you have to buy first in order to get into Hex?
Yeah.
Right. So if we know the price of Ethereum is going like this, and everyone uses this to buy that, which is Hex,
right,
think Hex is gonna do? Like,
exactly. What do you think Hex is about to do, guys? I mean, once it goes horizontal, once Ethereum goes horizontal for a couple of days, and everything starts putting, everything. And that's what I was trying to tell people on my show. The altcoins, usually it's the first, the big daddies, Bitcoin and Ethereum raise. They do some crazy pump, and then they go horizontal for a week or something. And all that money flows into the altcoins, and you see, 100%, 300% gains in some of these coins in one day. And you're just like, holy smokes, you just see a huge green candle. And, you get a bunch of people FOMOing in, and people are like, is it too late now? It's like, well, you just missed a 300% pump, man. Not too late, but man, you might want to think about what you're doing. Dollar cost average in, don't.
Might have wanted to be there.
Yeah, but Dan just made a good point. As long as the Fed exists and they keep printing money, 40% of the total cash in the world has been printed this year. Yep. So we got to have some new pies for that money to flow into, guys. And Hex is one of those long-term, Hex, Bitcoin, Ethereum, those are those stable stores of value that we need in order for all this money to flow into. Because it's not that they're deflationary, they're just programmatically safer. You're not allowed to print as many as you want. You can only ever generate 3.69% inflation a year in Hex. It's different in all of them, but you get the point.
The most powerful thing about Hex is that long-term mentality. It's that game theory that other coins don't have, right? Other coins, it's sort of like the whole thing what Richard was saying is when the fun little game thing in that coin stops being fun, they just walk away from it.
Yep.
The coin dies. With Hex, right? You have people with 15-year stakes, 10-year stakes. Like people have got Hex coming at it all the times. That means people pay attention. That means you consistently have attention on it. So with that many eyeballs, it keeps a thing alive. Like that's the most important thing is the community. And if the community is just enthralled with the game theory of Hex, with its long-term thinking, it's going to stay around. So it becomes sort of like a Lindy effect. The longer we stay around, the more powerful it becomes. The more people start turning around. I mean, like I go to different communities all the time, and it used to be just scam. Okay, Hex is okay. So, all right, you guys are still here, and it's starting to turn around to like, hey, how do I get in? Is it too late? How do I stake? That's all I'm getting.
It's amazing. The tides are turning, dude. You can feel it. You can feel the mentality shifting. Big influencers starting to realize, hey, Richard Hart's not going anywhere. No, there's no exit scams. I mean, I'm seeing stats like, for example, Blockfolio Signal followers just increased 1,000 people we're up to 6,000 now in the past month. If the community is not growing, your coin is dying, right? So if you're not growing, you're dying. But the growth that we need is the community growth, because that I think is a leading indicator to the price growth, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just reading the chat.
Yeah, I was reading the chat too. Sorry.
I want to read the comments, but it's not like that kind of thing. It's more of a
more of my context today for you guys.
So what really is, guys, this is the first year of this community. It has grown exponentially since we've started. We all started it. We didn't start it, but I'm saying like we were the first ones to kind of, wrangle up a few people on live streams and stuff like that and videos. And look at how far it's came from. When I first started doing my shows, I'd get 5 views. I have 5 viewers, and now we are doing a conference with 700 people. At one, and on the 24-hour live stream, we had 2,500 people watching and 1,500 average.
2,500.
Yeah. So I mean, that's insane how crazy we could be in another year. Like if it's just word of mouth that is happening, and it's like virality is a real thing, and once it starts spreading like a virus, it's going to explode. And you guys, that people that are trading out there have to realize that once it starts getting those green candles, they're going to FOMO in, and everybody else is going to FOMO in, and you're going to lose out on a lot of gains that you could have had just trying to dollar cost average in now, or doing smart investing right now.
Well, I would argue that virality the ember has already been lit, and it's not able to be put out. We haven't caught on a forest fire. This isn't any California forest fire yet, but it's. I mean, never mind. Even RG3 on your worst days of video, Discourse Syndicate, you still have over 100 listeners, subscribers, right? That's a lot of people. When you started out, wasn't it what 10, 20? Like, this is the minimum number, viable number of people that it takes to bootstrap.
10, 20 people were on there.
Originally, yeah. And then on
Yeah.
certain days we've
Well,
done 3 live viewers.
The way I
Yeah.
RG3
you're cutting out.
the way I see what's happening right now is like a bow being drawn back, you know,
Yeah.
and it's like the energy is just increasing until we hit that virality phase that you guys are talking about, and that's when it's released, and the community and the coin and all the pressure from everything is going to get released, and then it's just going to go viral. And we're not there yet, but we're gathering that energy right now.
Yep.
We're at a penny, baby. We're at a penny, baby.
Over.
And
Over.
who says that we have to, like we realize that Bitcoin and Ethereum are probably going to have a bear market, in the next couple of years. And who's to say that we have to have that same kind of crazy downward bear market? I mean, look at how many quote unquote bear markets we've had in the last year, and they go quick because they're locked up. That coin is just locked up. So maybe we get bear markets, but they go a lot quicker. And it allows people to get actually cheap coins and cheap T shares for a few months, but those few months are gone, and then it just does another 10, 15, 20 or 30x after that. So
can I just give a compliment to the hexologist for buying every dip almost perfectly? Jesus.
I love them dips, bro. I know when they're coming.
Every time.
I'm not invested in any kind of backdoor deals. I just kind of I could see it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's probably but I also dollar cost average in, so I did get some highs. I did get some highs in there on the first couple. I FOMO'd in day one, man. So it can't be too good.
Day 2 for me.
Oh, my heart.
And day 1 and 2 for me. So.
Yeah. Like, I DCA'd on day 1, and all I got was.
Don't lie. I mean the.
You should make that a shirt. To be honest with you, I dollar cost average at day 1. All I got was a shirt. This shirt. TD shit.
A DCA, baby.
I wanted to make actual FOMO pants and like just print FOMO all over the pant, like pajama pants or whatever, and sell them. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Anyway, guys, I think the topic of this panel was about community, and I think we nailed it. Maddie wants us to leave. I would rather stay here another 3 hours, but I can't. So, thanks, Maddie. What do we do now, guys? Do we just go away?
We never go away.
So, guys, this is going to be my last stream of Hex ever.
Hey guys, you did great. That was
I
awesome.
like it.
Hey, Maddie,
All
thank you
right.
so much for putting this together, man. This is
All
really
right.
Yeah, thanks, Maddie. We will see you guys. Twitch.tv/the Hexologist, everybody. See you later.
And don't forget to follow Discourse Syndicate anywhere anyone's found.
Yep.
Yep,
I'm not
and
fucking
then
selling.
We're on.
Bye.
Later, you guys.
And then Discourse Syndicate on the YouTubes and the D Lives and all the Twitches.
Right.
Discourse_Syndicate and
right.
RG3_pirate on Twitter. Maddie,
And dollar
thanks, bro. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Community, we freaking love you. Here's to a whole nother year of you guys hanging out with DS. We appreciate you all. And it's going to be a badass freaking 2021, man, for all Hexicans. Love you guys. All right, Maddie, see you later, bro.
Later.
Take
And
care.
may your only pain be champagne, you guys. Woo!
Well, that was a great panel, and it speaks to how amazing the Hex community is, and what these guys have built in terms of their following and contributing every day to the Hex community. And so now we'll move on to the second hour of the conference, which is the rapid round. And so we'll be hearing from a lot of different Hexicans, and we'll be hearing about their stories and talks. And so with that, any further ado, I'm going to do this in the order that people got into the waiting room, and we'll hear from everybody for about 5 minutes at a time, and look forward to this. So,
good evening.
Hey, Nardo for the win. How's it going?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Very well, very well. And now, will you be wanting to present solo or with me here on screen with you?
Go ahead and hang out.
Sure.
Yeah, so I guess my experience, my background, I got into like Bitcoin and Ethereum back in late 2016 and 17. Just wanting a different means to a financial future. You know, I was around during the housing crashes and stuff, so I saw a lot of people lose their 401ks.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of got into gold and silver there for a long time, and then came across Richard Hart and some of his videos, and it really helped me with my life.
Yeah.
Fast forward to Hex coming out, and I just I had about $3,000 and dollar cost average from day 3 to day 153, and then
That's
after
incredible.
it took a lot of patience. I saw what happened day 1, day 2, and then even day 3. I think I put 2 Ethereum in, and then realized I had to pump the brakes, and continue for the year. And after day 153, I did everything I could, to whether it's paint a house or don't go out to dinner that one particular weekend. And I used Uniswap. I started expanding my horizons on how I could buy stuff, and got lucky with that, and got that airdrop, which was a blessing, and just kept going. Did everything I could to get those valuable T-shares.
Hey, Richard, Jerry Springer here. And I just heard from Maddie, and, I got to tell you, I see a lot of conflict and tribalism in the crypto space. The doorbell, I'll get it. Bitcoin, Ethereum brought you a third layer. Oh no, CZ is spamming Ethereum. Look, Richard, thank you for your YouTube show promoting mental health. The world desperately needs it, and trust me, I'm in a position to know. I happen to know, by the way, Richard, that you are a man of good character, and you might well say to me, well, how do I know you're of good character? I'll tell you how I know. I checked our records, and as I look at them here, let me see. Richard, you have never
over
been on
your
my
life
show.
and the years.
That, of course, is a sign of good character. You don't ever want to be on the show. Man, that would be awful. So good for you. Congratulations on your work. Keep it up. I hope 2021 turns out to be this wonderful year for you. And in the meantime, remember to take care of yourself and each other.
CDs or certificate. CDs or certificates of deposit. Customers lock up their
that'll be tonight, and so people will be able to see how important that is to the system of earning compound essentially earning compound interest in Hex.
Yeah, this is a big deal.
Yeah. And people are going to get a chance to understand much deeper about how valuable the t-shirts are with the keynote presentation that'll be tonight. And so people will be able to see how important that is to the system of earning compound, essentially earning compound interest in Hex.
Yeah, this is a big deal. You know, if you know your time horizons over your life and the years that are coming up, you know, this gives you the chance to plan. And the bigger thing about this is you don't have to be glued to the computer screen. I absolutely love just waiting for my day. You know, I remember my grandparents were big into CD accounts, and I was blessed that Hex came out and I got to share that. You know.
And now you've been sharing your adventures in Hex, and that's been going really well, and that's been something that the community has really enjoyed. Can you tell us a little bit about that for anybody who doesn't know?
Yeah, so on Twitter, I'm Nardo1 for the win, and or Nardo's Hex Adventures, I believe. And through my staking ladder, I was able to, I don't want to say walk away from my trade, but yeah, now I do things that are a little bit more social. I come to find out the person that I am. You know, I don't really like working by myself too much. It's really nice working with a good group of guys. Right now, I'm doing like house rehabs and kind of rundown parts of my hometown. And it's just really neat to be a part of this, doing something that you want to do, you know?
Yeah. So Hex has actually changed your lifestyle, even though you haven't cashed out. Is that right?
Great. Yeah, 100% correct. Yeah. I used to drive an hour to work to go into the big city to get a body shop that had a lot of cars and I could stay busy. And now I'm driving just 20 minutes away. I get to kind of hang out. We do a breakfast in the morning, and we usually beat all the retired guys. So it's just been really neat. I'm finally doing something that I want. I haven't let go of my auto body collision trade. I have my toolboxes over in another town that I'm probably going to go work there on Monday.
And now some of the work that you're doing now by choice, because you feel more economically free, you're doing it to benefit your hometown and your community. Can you say a little bit more about what you're doing there?
Yeah, I'm going around to pretty much everybody that I work with. A lot of these guys, we all have slow periods in our trade. And I've been trying to educate them to pre-plan for that slow period. You know, concrete, you know, nobody works winters. Or in my auto body trade, you know, July and August, you know, everybody's getting their kids back to school. And these are big months that normal workers go through, these seasonal kind of trends. And with Hex, that's kind of how I started it. I started pinpointing all my slow periods. And then as confidence went on, I just kept going.
Yeah, because you've been sending money to your future self. Is that
I
right?
have. Yeah, and
Yeah.
it feels I didn't think it would feel this good. I really didn't, you know. It's not too much to get excited for, but maybe after it was after March and April, it really came full circle that yeah, I was doing the right thing. I was doing the correct techniques on how to do this. And yeah, now it's just hurry up and wait.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're finding what strategy is best for you, and that's bringing you a lot of benefits with your mental health and with just your quality of life. And so I'm really glad that you're able to share your story here, and I really appreciate you.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate you, Maddie. You know, you guys coming on has given me confidence to come on as well and share my stories. So I look forward in the future to sharing a little bit more, get my camera face a little better, and yeah, I think
That'd
it's
be
all going to
great.
work out.
Yeah, well, I know the entire community, including myself, will look forward to more of your adventures that you post.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, Maddie.
All right, thanks. Take care.
See you, bud.
Hey,
Hey, Serena, how's it going?
good. How about you?
Good. And would you like me to be on here with you during your part?
Yes,
Or did
please.
you want to? Okay, sure. And great. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing you tell your story.
Okay. Is my camera okay right now? Oh, my camera was. Oh, what happened? What just happened? I don't know. My camera just got unplugged. What the heck?
Okay.
Sorry. Like, let me just. I don't know. It just like clapped.
We can come back to you next if you want. While you get that fixed.
It should be working right now. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So, is the lighting okay? Because now it's going fuzzy again. So is that going to be a problem or?
I don't think it'll be a problem. Even if it's a little fuzzy, you know, it's the content that counts.
Yeah. Whew, okay.
And so, where did your story begin that you wanted to share today?
So I I've been in crypto since 2017, and I heard about Hex way before it launched, back when it was called Bitcoin Hex. And I remember a few weeks people were like saying in the Telegram to Richard, "When's Hex coming out? When Hex?" So I was in there. And I made the first Hex videos on YouTube after Richard. And when I first went to make my video, I searched Hex and there was nothing on YouTube at all other than Richard. So I went for it to make the "Is it a scam or not" video. And yeah, one thing that makes Hex really special is the community. I watch Hexo every night, and the episode today was hilarious with the Hex meme review and the high five when the guy nuked his account. That was so funny. And I've never missed an episode of Discourse Syndicate. I've always been caught up on all of them. So yeah, I love watching that show. It's so funny. Those guys are awesome. They always make me laugh. So, and for those of you guys who don't know in the audience, Discourse Syndicate is it was a 3 times a week show, but now it's 5 times a week of a bunch of OG Hexicans. So yeah, awesome show. Check it out if you guys haven't. And I don't live stream much yet, but I do make a bunch of Hex videos on YouTube. And I was involved in one of the most popular moments on Hex Live TV on the Discourse Syndicate show when the woman of Hex took over the stream by surprise. So that was a lot of fun, and the intro video was really cool for that. So
that was a blast. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun seeing that, and yeah, people can go back on YouTube now and see it too. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome, and I know the community is super lucky to have you as a content creator and as somebody who cares so much about the content that's being created and about the product that Hex is. And so, and you were one of the first people ever to put a video on YouTube about Hex other than Richard Hart. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that was like over a year ago. Before it even came out, I did the video. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's great. And I hope we get to continue to see a lot more from you. And it'll be really awesome.
Yeah, I have a lot more Hex videos coming soon. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing your story.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
What is up, my man?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, not too bad. How are you?
Good.
Cool stuff you got going on here. I just wanted to thank you for putting all this together.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
it's my pleasure.
Joe's been great, greening everybody up. So it's well put together. It's a good job, man.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Well, I can give you a break because I saw it was like a rapid fire kind of thing. So I just like wrote down a few bullet points and I'll just go through them.
Perfect.
Awesome, man. What's up, everybody? Cabana Crypto. Just wanted, like I said, this is a rapid round, so I just wanted to cover like 3 quick topics. One, I've covered this on my show briefly, but just the thought of the Bitcoin gateway drug and what's happening right now. I mean, new all-time highs, I guess, like every hour, right? So like last bull cycle, of course, Bitcoin started out and then people start to hear about Bitcoin. Then once you're in the game, like I was, it's kind of like also a personal story. I was like, oh, what's this Ethereum? What's this Litecoin? And you start getting into that and start dabbling a little bit there. Didn't dabble too much, fortunately, because I did sense it was like the top or whatever. But crypto really, it got my attention. I was very patient and I waited for bottoms and good opportunities. So we're kind of seeing the same thing, except a lot faster right now. Bitcoin's broken out clearly. And within the past week, you've had like Ethereum just face ripping rallies, Polkadot, same thing, and Chainlink's catching up to that. And yeah, I mean, Hex next. I mean, it's such an exciting time. I tweeted that out today. And as word spreads, and it's kind of like wildfire, you know, you have older audiences. My mom's in it. I mean, come on. A buddy of mine, I mentioned Hex to him probably, I don't know, months ago, and he texted me a few weeks back, say, all right, tell me about this Hex. I was like, okay. So gave him the deal about the high interest time deposit, how it's like a revolutionary crypto. Immediately got the concept, and he's in. What did he buy first? He was in Bitcoin first. I think he might have had a little Ethereum first. But now that they're familiar with crypto, more people are in. They're starting to look around and be like, hey, what's this shiny object over here? This pays how much interest? And the longer you lock it up, the more you get. It resonates. It really does. Second topic, because this is rapid fire or rapid round. Just a quick snippet on Hex whales. I just call it whales and wicks. So there's a lot of talk, and Richard's mentioned this before, about single market orders moving the price. So, you know, take, you know, say we just saw it. New Year's Eve had like $1 million buy, price shot up. And there's also been talk about buys 10 times that size. I can't really see that happening. As a responsible whale would do, I can't see something like that. Any responsible whale would most likely buy in increments, and kind of maybe like we started to see on New Year's Eve. So there's $1 million buy. There's going to be people coming in to sell for a variety of reasons. It could be bots, whatever. Could be wanting to catch up to Bitcoin. So, oh my gosh, Bitcoin's moving. I'm going to sell my Hex, get into Bitcoin. Well, probably too late for that. Hex is going to move. Just personal opinion. But yeah, it's like it's a tricky game, and again, Hex is not designed for trading. It's designed for holding. So how would, say, Michael Saylor, he's all the talk right now in Bitcoin. You think you just put in a couple $100 million order on Coinbase to buy, shoot the price up, and then everybody would sell into it? No, he bought slowly over time, and that's the efficient way to do it. Any whale, any smart whale, is going to buy slowly, efficiently over time. Granted, Hex doesn't have the liquidity like Bitcoin does. So we're going to get some volatility, but that volatility will also shake out these weak hands, and that's what we want, especially in the near term. Last one, I call it the pumpamental perspective. So I just looked at like a quarterly, just like 3 months ago. Polkadot was at like less than $4. It's done like a 3x, a little less, so it's like over $10 now. Ethereum was 340, 350, something like that. It's about 3x, maybe a little more. And Bitcoin was 10,600, I want to say, and of course that's 3.5x. So we're in the midst, I would say, kind of safely, in the midst of a bull market. So what are some targets that have been thrown around? Well, Polkadot, I've heard like $100. Okay, well, from here, that's a 10x. Ethereum, I've heard 5,000. I've heard 10,000. 4 or 5x to 9,000 or to 5,000. Only a 9x to 10,000. Bitcoin, I've seen anywhere from 100,000 to a $250,000. So it's 3x ish to 100,000, 7x ish to a $250,000. All right. Lastly, what do we have? Hex. Hex, back 3 months ago, was 0.4 of a penny. Since then, it's 3x, like everything else. Pretty much in the ballpark, what I just mentioned: Polkadot, Ethereum, Bitcoin. And it's, like I said, 3x, but it's designed to go much higher than that. It's designed to go 40x more, and a lot in the Hexagon community would argue that that's a conservative estimate, especially if you listen to hexologists talk about the random line of a chart. So what would you rather be in? Something that could get a 10x high estimate for this bull run, Polkadot or Ethereum, or just like a 3 to 7x in Bitcoin, or conservatively 40x? That's Hex. And that's just talking price. That's not talking interest. So it's really something to think about. And that's why I'm so excited for Hex in 2021. It is absolutely my #1 pick. I like some of those other names too, but Hex is where it's at in terms of just the best cryptocurrency, revolutionizing passive income. And nothing can beat it in my mind. So there's my rapid 3. I guess I'll wait for May to come back on. What's up, man? Just wanted to say thanks again, man.
Oh, could you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, I was saying I appreciate you, and I enjoyed your talk. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, Banner Crypto on all the channels, man. So looking forward. I mean, I'm kind of feeling really good right now because this is out of the way, and there's so much content, like hours tonight and then days worth. So I can just sit back and enjoy everybody. Thanks again, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Hey.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great, great. Maddie, you're coming in a little bit slouchy. Can you please sit up? The posture.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Oh, that's much better. Thank you. Great. No, stick around because I like to feast on your aura, as a good troll does, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So I'm going to testify about the whole beauty that is Hex in my life, and I should just jump right into it. So my history with Richard Hart from a distance goes back way before Hex. back in the days when he was actually a challenge was put forward to him. Hey, if you're criticizing all these other cryptos so well and so in depth, why don't you make your own damn crypto? And there was a pause on stream, and he's like, I think that was the first, the little glow that was soon to be Hex. And then later, over I think it was 2 years that we had to wait for him to get this designed and developed and then audited. I remember just saying, when are we ever going to get this? What's the deal? Come on. It's been like a year. I've been waiting. I got my cash ready to put into this thing. I believe in Richard Hart. It's great. And then of course he calls the bottom for Bitcoin for me and gives me a little bit more cash in the bank to be able to invest in Hex. And then the day comes when he says, all right, we're going live, and follow my direction and follow these very simple, non-bonehead rules. And of course, I FOMO in day one. So that's me. And then, of course, I claim my free Hex with my Bitcoin. And of course, I hit on the automatic button. So I miss out on big payday for that. But hey, the gods laugh, because when it came time for me to put a little bit more of Ethereum into it, I caught the bottom again. I was very fortunate to put in, I think $720 is what I tell people now when I evangelize and I onboard people. $720 worth of ETH I put in, and now I'm a very high ranking squid. And and I've given away lots of stakes to friends and my kids. I've set everybody up, and I'm still a high ranking squid. Original investment $720, and just on New Year's I took that out of my gains, so I'm now free floating. And I have I'm got a strategy now because of dollar cost cryptos help, and I recommend him to anyone to figure out a great staking ladder. He's amazing. I've got the ability to rise up the ranks to dolphindom someday. But I think the greatest thing is that now with being so excited about Hex, I view it as a decision now who is worthy of the message about this product. It's not about how many people do I onboard. It's about, I've got a wedding party to plan, and who can fit on these very exclusive tables, right? Who do I want to smile at months and years and even a decade from now and say, I told you so. This is the greatest thing ever, right? And that's half of the story. The other half is, I was lurking in the community, in all the live streams, all the shows. I was following Hexo, I think the third stream that he did. And I said, wow, this is, it's got a ways to go, but it's entertaining at least. And then when, RG3 took off with Discourse Syndicate, I was totally hooked, and then I was making time in my schedule to see everything every day. I was a troll in all the chats and having a great time doing it. I had many names. I even actually had multiple accounts trolling myself at some point just for entertainment value. And then I found out that it was great to motivate the community and push out the real negative people. And it was just a great time. And I can't get enough of Hex. I am totally stoked and here for the long term. I'm so happy to be with you, Maddie, and all the other Hexicans here. And I hope to contribute as much as I possibly can.
And we're very lucky to have you.
So I yield the duration of my minutes to the next senator from Ohio.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Hello, Maddie.
Hey, good to see you. Nice to meet you.
It's good to see you too. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
So it seems our theme here is our experience in crypto and in Hex. So following along that line, I first became acquainted with Bitcoin in 2011. And around 2017, I started to become acquainted with somebody who was looking at ways to earn interest on Bitcoin. And of course, we all know now that you really can't do that without giving your keys away to somebody else, which I learned the hard way what happens when you do that. And so needless to say, when I became acquainted with Richard around the same time through Twitter, that you know, it only took about a minute or two for me to realize that he's one of the smartest people in this space.
Yeah.
So I knew that whatever he would put his hand to would prosper. So when he started talking about Hex and what it was meant to do, it was really the thing that I've been looking for really for probably my entire life, was something where I could basically build a stack of something and earn interest on it, with the goal of being able to live off of that interest.
Mm-hmm.
So when Hex did launch, you know, I was there on day one and just been totally committed to it ever since. And you know, I recently took a 17-day road trip as kind of a celebration of coming to a place where I can afford to live off of Hex. So I got to meet up with some other Hexicans like the Hexologists and Johnny Chaos and Crypto Coffee, and some other people in Idaho. And it's just, you know, this is an awesome adventure. And I've been making some of my own videos. I started doing that at the beginning when Hex first launched, and I stopped for a while, but it looks like I'm able to get back into that. So yeah, that's really a short version of my experience here. And I'm really, really thankful for the work that you've been putting into this space and putting on this meetup here. So,
Thank you. Yeah, I've really been enjoying your content. You make videos that are 10 or 15 minutes, and you're sharing your retirement road trip with the entire Hex community. And, you know, we're all vicariously living through you and your adventures and enjoyment of what you've done here with Hex, which is save for your future at an incredible rate, and to take this opportunity when you realized how good Hex was early on to invest and make the most of that opportunity. And so now you get to reap the rewards, right?
yeah, and the funny thing is, you know, it was probably 2 months before I even wrapped my head around how Hex actually works, like extensively. I mean, all I knew was stake it till you make it. Longer pays better, bigger pays better. So that's what I did. And you know, I didn't even know how to calculate like my daily payout based on the share rate for months. And it's like I wake up one day and I realize just how many shares I actually have, and I'm just like, whoa, wow. So it has definitely paid off. And I just look forward to doing everything I can to make Hex just the most successful thing operating in this world today, because just the results that I've experienced so far, I'd like to see everybody be able to reap the same rewards.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you so much for sharing your story tonight, and for all the content you've made and what you'll make in the future.
Sure. So if that, I can be gone for now and let the next person move on, unless there was one other thing that you wanted to cover.
Sure. Yeah. We've got some time if you have anything else that you wanted to share.
Well, yeah, actually there is. Something came to me this afternoon that isn't so much related to my own personal experience in crypto, but I believe something we can all benefit from. And that is, there's going to be people that are going to be coming in to Hex who previously has badmouthed it. And I believe it would be in everyone's best interest to not browbeat people for their past. There was a time when Richard had bad things to say about Ethereum, and now he loves it. And you don't see Vitalik, trolling Richard saying, "I told you so." And I think it would just be beneficial to let bygones be bygones. If somebody who previously didn't like Hex suddenly does, I think it would just be good to be accepting of them and not hold their past against them.
Yeah, I really love that sentiment and that idea of accepting people even if they've badmouthed Hex or something. I think that everybody deserves to have a way to save for their future, and there's a lot of ways people could have been misled by others in the beginning to not understand Hex, and so it's our job to really welcome people and not take it so personally.
Right. It's like we don't need to stoop to the level of maximalists. Yes. So that was just something that came to me this afternoon, because there is an influencer that recently was given a very large amount of Hex and he staked it for 15 years. And I'm aware of who this person is, and I'm glad he's on board. And, that could be the first of some other people of large influence that could possibly come to their senses and realize just how awesome Hex is, and accept the fact that they were wrong and leave it at that. So the more the merrier.
Yeah, that's an awesome message. Thanks for sharing that as well.
Okay. So I guess that was close to 10 minutes. I haven't been keeping track, honestly. So
sure. Yeah, that's great. And I know we got our next person queued up. So thanks for sharing, and we'll look forward to more content from you, I hope.
Okay, excellent.
All right, thanks.
All right, have a good.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No problem.
Take care.
All right.
Hey, what's up, Maddie?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing really good, man. How are you?
Good. Very good.
So yeah, I mean, feel free to stay on. Kind of in this little rapid round, I kind of just want to talk a little bit about the Hex community. Someone like yourself, you're the first person to host the Hex conference of 2021, and today is January 6th, and I think it's going to be a start to a great year. But the thing I want to talk about in the community is this is the first time we've ever had a crypto community do a live stream, a 24-hour live stream, and RG3 and Hexologist actually did 2 of them. And I've been following Richard since early 2017, and he was always, even though I had followed other influencers, Richard was always the one that I felt the most compelled about and the one that was the most authentic. And so when 2017 happened, I had some other bags that didn't do too well. And so when Hex came out, and the snapshot for December 1st or December 2nd of 2019, kind of put all the eggs into that basket, the Hex free claim. And long story short, did the adoption amplifier, the OG adoption amplifier, and Hex is going better than I thought it ever would so quickly. Like in a little bit over a year, we've got just such amazing things. I mean, we've got Ethereum God whales that were associated with to my knowledge, like the Genesis block of Ethereum, and
Yes.
some of these wallets and some of this information that Hex brings to the table is nothing like anything else. I mean, if you look at, say, etherscan.io, that's like a block explorer, that's great. But Hex has its own version. It has something similar, I should say, that was community developed. Like someone like Firebun, they did Hex.vision, and it's a super amazing analytical website for anyone that wants to know, just Hex.vision. But then the cool thing is another OG developer, aka Steph, him and Firebun made their own application. And for anyone that doesn't know, you can just go into the App Store and type in Staker app, whether you're on your Apple or your Android. And it's really cool, man. It's changed my life. Just following Richard, even before Hex, has changed my life. I had gotten the SciVive, and now Richard has the SciVive back from the publisher, and it's really cool, man. What one person can do, like what Richard's done, what he's inspired, what he's fostered in the community. We really have, not even joking, like the strongest community that I've ever seen. And I'm super happy and proud to be a part of it. Someone like yourself with Joe Hexotic, you guys do the Hex Therapy Live on the Thursdays, and it's really cool. Yeah, it's cool, man. I've never seen such a community that was such a strong bond, a tight bond. And my parents always kind of taught me, like growing up, like, this is a unit, this is a like a family unit type deal. And I really do believe that you're only as strong as your weakest link. And in Hex, the way that we solve that is by lifting up everyone together and bringing up everyone to our level, and not necessarily our level, but just through knowledge, through love, through donations. The Hexican community is really making a name for itself. And this is just the beginning. I mean, Bitcoin had its 12th birthday the other day, which I did a stream for, and that's great. It hit maybe like 33,000, 34,000 that day, but that's 12-year-old technology. Something like Hex is it's the new kid on the block. It's a product. Everything else to my knowledge, I mean, you have ethhex.com, you've got go.hex.com and hex.com, and those two things are immutable. They're audited, they're decentralized. With ethhex.com and with everything else, the tools that we have in this community, it's just a recipe for success. And someone like Richard Hart has really worked on the game theory, the fundamentals, things like this that incentivize people to come in. And I really appreciate what Richard's doing as well. I mean, one of the first videos that I saw of Richard was the stop trading and the stop playing video games. And I can just totally relate. So yeah, man, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Those are things that people get into an addictive level of, and that's where it ruins lives. I mean, it really has the potential. I mean, if you dabble in it, right, it's going to lower your quality of life and make it worse. But if you get into it way too much, or if you get in at an addictive level, it's not a positive sum game. And so I think it matters a lot that the founder of Hex has been helping people for so many years, and was involved in other cryptos until it became apparent that they weren't going to be as good as they could be. And
I agree. It's cool, man. Like what Richard's doing, and he kind of talks about this before, but with Hex, like I said, he's almost like bringing all of us up he's giving us, like, all of us an opportunity through Hex and whatnot to be successful and to earn passive income. I mean, someone like myself, I've always liked people that were, doing passive income, or people that were business owners and things like that. And long story short, I never really ever had a business, never started a business, but my my three older brothers, all of them have kind of done their own business before, and my dad's had a business. And the point that I'm trying to say is, with something like Hex, you can have one T-share, a million T-shares, and you're earning interest trustlessly. Like, where else can you get that? And it's a really great opportunity for anyone. Someone, let's see, I'm blanking on his name, but Crypto Coffee, that's who I was thinking of. He was kind of talking about, like, oh, is this too late to get in? Like, and I've got a lot of friends too that are saying, oh, is it too late to get in? And it's like, man, the analogy that Richard uses a lot with Bitcoin and Bitcoin and Hex having some similarities is that when Bitcoin went from a penny to $1, was it still too late to get in? No, the opportunity was still there. And that's kind of like the opportunity that people have today. And I just want to say thank you for hosting this. You and Joe and Crypto Kool-Aid for doing the backgrounds. I'm really proud to be a part of this community, and we're really doing something very good here. And appreciate all the Hexicans.
I agree, and I want to thank you for all the content you're making and the positive effect that you're having on the community with being present for so many streams in the comments and hosting on your channel, and you're really doing a lot, and you bring a lot of positivity to the space. So thank you.
Thank you, man. It's something that's amazing to be a part of, and every day the learning doesn't stop. I mean, Hex is as simple as you want it to be, and it's as complicated as you want it to be. And I'm just so happy that after 2017, every day I was still studying and following Richard, and I've been very, very blessed with those things. So thank you for doing this, man. It's amazing. I'm happy for the socials, and it's going to be a great thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. And we'll see you again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks.
Hey, Matti, how are you doing?
Great. How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Now, would you prefer to have me on or go solo?
That's fine. I mean, you can stay. Absolutely. Thank you for putting the conference together. How would you like to do this? Would you like me to share a bit of a story, or you have some questions?
I would love that.
All right. Let's do that. Well, I presume that most of you don't know me, since I don't have a stream or anything like that. So let me start with a little bit of introduction. My name is Marek, and I come from Poland. However, I spent the last decade or so working in the hospitality industry, mostly in Southeast Asia and Latin America, countries like Burma or Myanmar, if you prefer, Thailand, Cambodia, many others. I've been in crypto since 2017, and I heard about Hex for the first time around February last year from a good friend of mine. And took me about a month, I guess, to make my first purchase and my first stakes. It actually happened when I was in between jobs. So I was leaving my hotel job in Cambodia. I was planning to go to Saudi Arabia. And the more I learned in the meantime about Hex, the more I was actually buying, and I was actually exchanging what I held since 2017, 2018 for Hex. The more knowledge came, the more I was actually getting into it. And then I think that was a blessing in disguise. Back then, I didn't really know that, but well, obviously, it's enough to look at the chart to see how Hex performed roughly since March and earlier than that for those lucky enough who bought it before me. But as it happened, well, we know what the world is going through right now, and the job in Saudi Arabia got cancelled. So there was a little bit of panic on my side, of course, because I already left one job, I didn't have another. But in the same time, I started to see the performance of Hex on my own eyes, right? And that was a game changer for me. So without thinking much, I just packed myself in Cambodia. I moved to Mexico for about 6 months. spent some time there. And what Hex did for me here was it gave me the confidence, right? I had some other money which I could spend on trying to set myself up in Mexico. But in the same time, the more I saw the Hex performance, the more I saw how my stakes are doing, the more I thought, okay, I can take more risks right now because I kind of felt that my future is secured. So, and with every month, it's just getting better and better for me. So it was a no-brainer at all times that I don't really have much to worry about. And obviously December being as awesome as it was, and now we are seeing what's happening, and now it's this conference, and I'm just very happy that I listened to a friend who told me about Hex, because I'm not sure if I would have. Yeah, definitely. So that worked, and well, what can I say? I would say that basically, I mean, if this year is anything similar to what we've experienced in 2020 in terms of Hex performance, then I guess all my dreams can come true very soon, much sooner than expected. And I'm just looking forward to what's going to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's amazing. And I know you shared with me in your written message about how much your dreams are already coming true, and how Hex has gotten you through different periods in the past year of being much less concerned about your financial situation. Is that right?
That's correct, right? I mean,
brought you peace of mind and positivity.
Definitely. So I mean, it's the one thing which is probably the most amazing for me is that, like, you know, when the year started and all of these things started to happen at once, it looked like it might be one of the worst years in my career ever. And it's easy to guess why, right? Because obviously we have the COVID situation, and we are talking about hospitality industry, which is probably one of the most affected, because people basically don't travel or can't travel. Everything is shutting down. The borders are closed. No one knows what's going to remain open, when it will reopen, and it affected, you know, well, obviously the global economy, but certain industries more than others. So you know, you start a year like this, and then you finish the year just seeing that it was actually one of the best years in terms of I would say, well, not maybe career, but financial performance. And then just start questioning everything, being like, well, you know, you're actually able to make some decisions, you're able to make some risks, which in the end bring much better results than whatever I've been doing for the last several years, right? And then you just get more and more into it, right?
Well, that's great, and I'm glad that Hex has had a positive effect on your life already.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for having me. Thanks for organizing this conference. I appreciate it, and I'm sure many other people do too. And I look forward to see the other speakers as well, and listen to some more stories and continue with the program.
Yeah, likewise. Take care. Thanks for coming on.
All right. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Jack.
Hello. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
And now, do you want me to stay on with you for this part of your talk, or do you want to do it solo?
It's up to you. It's your show. Yeah, but I guess I'll just say like how I got started into everything.
That'd be great.
Yeah. So, I'm only 20. In high school, I learned about certificates of deposits, and it definitely helped me understand Hex when I first saw the website. And so yeah, and then over time I just dollar cost averaged in from day one, caught the first pump, and then yeah.
That's incredible.
And what else? And then I also just bought 6 ETH worth of Hex. and
Wow.
and I was a little upset at first. I was a little upset at first because ETH just pumped to 1,000, but I really made the same amount of money in my in just staying in Hex. So
Yeah.
and then here these are my Richard Hart candles.
Oh wow. I love that so much.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it for my birthday. So I just turned 21
Wow.
yesterday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. But yeah, it's just been a crazy ride, and I
Now in
really
high school, did they tell you that you could make so much money doing certificates of deposit?
no, they did. I mean, they told me it was very small amount, so yeah, I mean, it's just Hex is better. It's better than everything else. So I mean, like, why wouldn't you want more of it? So yeah.
Well, that's it's great that you're so young and wise when it comes to your investments, that that you got into Hex, and you've even become part of the community because you decide to come on Discourse Syndicate whenever they have the Friday hangouts. It's a chance for
Oh
anybody
yeah.
to come on, and
Mhm.
you took that opportunity. What was that like for you to come on the show?
Well, I was doing it on my phone, so it was definitely an experience. But no, I really like everyone on Discourse Syndicate, and yeah, everybody's super nice on there. It's just awesome.
Yeah, we're really lucky to have such an awesome community that vibes so well together. And now I'm kind of curious, with you being so young, uh, are you staked longer than average or shorter than average?
I would say shorter than average. My stakes are going to be ending in February, but I will be restaking for a good amount of time. So
Cool. Yeah, I hope you'll get a chance to see the keynote tonight, because that will help us all, I think, understand doing the longer stakes, and to be able to see it in a graph, what's been modeled now that the big payday is out of the way. A lot
yeah,
of the assumptions can be de determined. It's still a very dynamic system that we don't know what people's future behavior is going to be, but it's, I think we've got something really special to share tonight for the keynote.
and sorry, my camera sucks. This is an older laptop, so
Oh, I think I thought that was a intentional special effect,
oh
since Jack, you're going to be speaking at so many Hex conferences for the, years to come. I thought you were just, for historical purposes, wanting to make it look
like older.
extra vintage.
Okay. No, yeah. Next time I'll definitely bring a better computer. So
Yeah, well, that sounds great. Thanks for coming on. And with our last 3 minutes here, I wanted to see if we could bring everybody who's still in the room back onto the stream, and that way we'll not miss the opportunity to have these other two back. So
okay.
here we go.
Okay. So is that Serena? Is that Serena?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I follow you on Twitter. Oh, her
Serena,
mic's
you're
off.
muted still, I think.
Sorry, you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check if I'm following you.
So this is going to be the most rapid hangout ever, because we've got 2 minutes. So, have at
Okay.
it.
Kudos to you, Maddie, for putting this all together. Incredible, very professional already. Everyone's looking their best. I noticed a lot of people that don't normally bathe have bathed. This is great. Some people have even shaven, haircuts, collared shirts. We are growing up. This is crazy.
That's right. Well, thanks for your observations and your kind words.
So how did you get into Hex, Papa?
Me, oh man, I was a proto Hexican before Richard released the product. Watching his streams and listening to him and his his observations on the markets, crypto markets, and I'm a OG, for Bitcoin in the security space. So I kind of rubbed elbows with a lot of the cryptographers.
I got wrecked by Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I got wrecked by Bitcoin like after all-time high, thinking it was gonna keep going,
Yeah. But well, now you got Hex, so
right.
Wreck no more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, thanks to you guys for being on, and thanks to everybody in the comments and people drop in tips and participating. I think the comments in Hex are really special because we have so many moderators that I think in other communities they don't have as enjoyable chats because there's not people there to make sure that they go okay. So we appreciate everybody who's participating. And thanks to the Rapid Round panel. You guys rocked. And it's moving into the third hour now. So I just wanted to say thank you again. And we'll look forward to seeing you guys next time.
All righty.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
What's up, Maddie? Hey,
Hey there.
Hexicans.
Hey, Crypty Girl. How's it going?
Fabulous as always. I'm super happy to be here. This is an awesome conference. I invited a bunch of my friends to it. So yeah,
that's awesome.
Thanks for bringing me on. I'm here to give my testimony getting into
Sounds
Hex.
excellent. Now, will you be giving your testimony solo or do you want me to stay on with you?
I like when you stay on. I like
Sure.
having someone with me.
Yeah, no problem.
Unless you wanted to bring Nate on and we could do it together.
Sure. He's not in the waiting room yet. So I'll stay on for now and we'll see as soon as he gets here.
All right, sweet.
That'd be great.
Hey, everybody. Okay. Yeah, I'm so happy to be in Hex. I really started my Hex journey about a month ago, and I saw Hex in the top 5 by market cap on Nomics. I was like, oh, yeah, that's awesome. And I was like, oh, I need to learn so much more about it. And I talked to DC a little bit, and I was watching Discourse Syndicate, which is a Hex show for all the new people out there, a Hex stream every 3 days a week, 5 days a week now. And yeah, I was watching Discourse Syndicate, and DC said I could come on. So I came on one night with DC and RG3. And I was just asking questions about Hex, learning more about it, because I still have a lot to learn. I'm not an expert, but what I know about it is really great. And I was skeptical in the beginning, towards the beginning of last year, because I heard that your wallet might, like connecting your MetaMask to Uniswap might give them your private keys and you could have your crypto stolen. And I was really like freaked out about that. But I figured out later that was just FUD and everything would be okay.
Fear,
and what
uncertainty, and doubt.
FUD. What? Yeah, FUD. Fear, uncertainty, doubt. All these slang terms of crypto. And I had such a good time on Discourse Syndicate. So while I was on the show, I was still very new. There's a guy named Ski Cat, the benevolent legend, the benevolent giver of Hex. These, like most of the people I had never heard of before, but Ski Cat, I was just asking questions, and throughout the show, Ski Cat gifted me Hex. At first, he gifted me 1 million Hex, and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to say. That's so amazing. And I was just so excited, like I am now, but I was just overwhelmed with gratitude at the time. I was like, whoa. I've never met this person before. I'm completely new to this community.
Mm.
And this guy, this stranger to me, he gives me 1 million hex. I was like, oh, wow. And throughout the show, he ended up giving me 2.5 million hex by the end of the show. And by the end, I was just like, I can't handle it anymore. And I started getting so emotional. And I had to leave early. And after the show, I was like super teary-eyed. And at the time, that 2.5 million hex was worth, I think, around $10,000. And he told me that he'd give it to me if I staked it. I was like, yes, Geek Cat, I'll stake it. And and after he sent me the hex and he gave me an extra 500,000. So anyway, super generous guy. I will forever be grateful to Ski Cat. I cannot believe it. And what a generous community. I knew Hexicans were good. I think they were good before I was learning more about it, but that just confirmed my belief that Hexicans are good people with good motives, especially Ski Cat. I mean, Ski Cat changed my life. He set my future up, and I staked my hex. I staked 2 million of it for the max 5,555 days, which is about 15.2 years.
Wow.
And the rest of it, I laddered a ladder. I don't know if you guys have gone over that already, but I've staked out some hex for 3 years, 4 years, 5, all the way up to 15. But that just is set up my life, right? Yeah, Ski Cat rocks. And now that hex is worth almost $34,000. So just right now, that money is already 3x'd.
How incredible.
Yeah. Oh man, I've been talking so fast, but I'm not the only one that Ski Cat has given hex to. He's given hex, I think Discourse Syndicate, RG3 said over 9 million hex has been given out on Discourse Syndicate. And it's really great to see such a giving community and Ski Cat being so generous and giving out hex to multiple people, because that just solidified my belief that hex is a good community. And I'm here for it. I know I was skeptical once before, and I learned about it and I researched, and then Ski Cat gave me all that hex and I've staked it, and I'm here for the long run, and I'm promoting with you guys. I'm advocating, and hex is a good thing. And I think it's going to change the world and help a lot of people. I know people have already retired off hex, and everyone that has gotten hex has been pretty much has been in profit, right? Because it was the best performing asset of 2020. So I love that. I love that hex is a certificate of deposit, but for cryptocurrency on the blockchain.
Yeah, and that's what makes it trustless, right? That's how we know that it's going to pay what it says it will in hex.
Oh, and Crypto Coffee said something in the first hour, towards the end of the first hour, that made me think. He said something like, people don't realize that Hexicans shill, quote unquote, they promote hex a ton, they advocate for it a ton because it comes from good motives and they want to see other people get rich with them. And they know that hex has been profitable for all of them, and they want to see other people become wealthy as well. And that's why Hexicans are so passionate about sharing hex with everyone in the world, and they can't help it. It's like, that's a good point, Crypto Coffee. I'm like, yeah, it comes from good motives, not people just trying to be shills or bot-like.
Yeah.
So the community is obviously good. And man, I'm just to finish that off, I'm very grateful to Ski Cat. I will forever be grateful. It's such a, I don't know, a spiritual feeling, I guess, spiritual gratitude.
Yeah, that's amazing. And you've contributed in a lot of ways, even just in the past 2 weeks. You've been on a lot of different streams talking about hex. You came on my stream, HexChange.live. I've seen you on other people's streams. And so it's really awesome what you're doing for the community now too. And I know we actually asked you to not have a matching green screen with us because part of, well, your background comes with a story. And I was actually watching whenever it was happening live, when you were going on Discourse Syndicate for the first time, and it was a surprise that Ski Cat was gifting you 1 million hex and then 2 million hex, and then you posted that video afterwards, you know, where you were like literally crying and and out of the feeling, so
I cried
moved.
for like another 2 days after that. Like it lasted so long. I was like, oh man, I'm so grateful. Like just throughout the day, I was like, oh. Yeah,
And
I
you said
posted a
that
testimony on Twitter right after getting off a Discourse Syndicate, just telling everyone my experience, what happened. That was my first time on Discourse Syndicate, and I was just learning about Hex. And it's on my Twitter account at CryptyGirl. And I just wanted to capture that raw moment and just tell the community I'm grateful and thanks for welcoming me, because the community was very welcoming. And to this day, everyone helps each other out, which I love. And I think that video has almost 600 likes, maybe 30,000 views. So it's done well. And yeah, hopefully I can do my part to grow the Hex community.
And yeah, that's amazing. And I know part of your testimony that you had said was that whenever you got into crypto, you had to start making some financial choices. Like, were you going to spend money creating the set that you have behind you? Or were you going to invest that money in crypto? And you couldn't do both, right? You had to choose one or the other. And so you chose to make a beautiful set for yourself so that you would be more effective at helping others to get into crypto at your own expense. And so that's another reason why I think it's so cool that you're giving to other people and other people are giving to you. And that I see that as continuing into the future.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, the whole entire last year, I haven't really had a solid source of income. I've just been running my own business, first time being a business owner. And it was all off of savings. I built this set off of my savings from my previous jobs and running low on savings now. But I just knew that even though I wasn't, and I'm not making a ton, that this movement is so much bigger, so much more important. And I wanted to be able to get into the crypto community and get my friends and Generation Z and the rest of the world into decentralized cryptocurrency, because it's going to do a lot of good. So I started making videos and content, and that's where this set came from. So I didn't have anything left to invest in cryptocurrency, and I saw Hex and I really liked it, but I did sell some of my Bitcoin for it because I knew it'd be really important. So I'm grateful that I got some. And then Ski Cat just he gifted me 3 million. That's amazing, and it set me up.
Awesome.
I staked it all. Hey Nate.
Hey guys, what's going on? How y'all doing?
Great.
Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely great. How you doing, Maddie? Thank you for this. Yeah, sorry.
I'm good. And Nate, you're on at the same time as Crypty here, because she's not the only one who's been gifted Hex a significant amount by the mysterious and generous Ski Cat. Is that right?
You are correct. Yes, I was blessed to get that gift, definitely, to receive that gift. And what tripped me out was I was thinking like 2 days prior to a big payday, because the big payday did deplete down, and I was like, man, my stakes are going to be messed up. I just got this short stake, and basically that's all I can do until they come into fruition. Then I had to do the long-term stakes. And I just kept thinking, like, man, how am I going to get more Hex? I got to rob a bank or something, I got to cut a lawn or something, man, right quick. So
that's dedication.
Ironically, oh, definitely. So I was like, man, it's got to be something. And I was driving home, and I had the 24-hour stream on my phone. And once that RG started doing the drawing, then I walked in the door, put my phone and stuff down on the bed, cast it on my bedroom TV, fixed me a drink, sat down, and then he already did the 2 drawings of the 2 winners for that's 500,000. So I just sat down and just looked at the wheel while he spun it, and then you couldn't read the names or anything. It was so I mean, I couldn't see anything, so it just kept down and down and down. Then all of a sudden, the name popped up. I'm looking at the corner to my left, like straight to my left, and it said Nate Jacked. I was like, Nate Jacked? Like, no, that's gotta be some guy from India or something. I mean, jacked. Like, okay. And I gave it 2 seconds, and then I figured it out. I was like, oh my God, that's me. Like, and then I picked up my phone, and I had the chat on the phone for D-Live. And I was like, you have my name wrong. It's me. It's me. I started typing my butt off, man. I couldn't believe it. Maybe because I can't type.
You were the grand prize winner.
Yes.
Of the giveaway. A multi-million Hex giveaway.
Yes, and I was so blessed. I was so grateful. I really was. I still am too, because that Hex now turned into something even larger now. Because at the time, I think the cost of that Hex was $14,000, and I think it like tripled in the amount, because it went up to 1 cent. So yes, I'm forever grateful for this
That's
opportunity. Amazing. It is definitely.
And Nate, part of your story that I found particularly interesting was when you came on the Maddie Allen Live show, and we discovered that you actually have a relative who had won a lottery themselves, a lot of money, and did it, I think it was what, millions?
Yes, she won, if I stand corrected, because I think I said 8 million at the time. It was lower than that. It was like 3 million at the time, which was a lot of money in the 80s anyway.
Wow, yeah, that's many, many more millions in today's
definitely
value.
But she loved her family, definitely, and I guess they loved her back. And of course, they didn't have the the one-time payout then. It was always gradual. So she had like the 20-year payout, and her very last check had to, then had nothing left after 20 years, basically.
Yeah. So she didn't save for her future like she could have, right? And
right. And it was so much going on, like with family and reaching out, paying for this, helping that, instead of, say, for instance, like I tell people, like, you got to take care of yourself in order to take care of others.
Yeah,
that's a good point. It's very true.
And she never got it.
And
she never got it. So yeah,
there's something in psychology called sudden wealth syndrome, where people kind of feel guilty when they make lots of, or when they win a lot of money, and everybody else they know doesn't have it as much or any, and then they start making decisions that aren't the best for themselves or for the other people involved, by giving away all their money if they feel guilty, or by kind of subconsciously overspending on things that they think are going to make them happy, but then in the end really don't. And even people's relationships suffer when sometimes when they gain a lot of wealth and start to have trouble relating to people who are having everyday money problems. And that's why I think it's so helpful for all of us to be thinking about how we can encourage people in our personal lives to get into Hex, because it doesn't take a big investment always to make a large return in Hex, is what we've seen so far. And so I know that that's what some of the other people in the conference are going to talk about, is how even a small, and for us who are already in Hex, we're talking about a small time investment to really sit down with people that we care about and to let them know what this is going to be, that this is something special, and that we want them to be involved, so that they don't get left behind.
Right, exactly.
And then as a community, we can continue to learn from each other and learn more from outside experts on what the best strategies are going to be for taking care of ourselves, so that we are able to take care of others and be good stewards of our wealth.
That's
and the wealth of our community. And so as we kind of wrap up in the last couple of minutes here, Nate, I wanted to ask you, whatever became of the hex that Ski Cat gifted you, did you spend it all the next day, or what?
No, I staked it. Definitely, I staked it. And not only that, it gave me the opportunity to do 10 to 15 year stakes.
Wow, that's incredible.
And to continue on. Yes, definitely.
That's awesome.
Yes, it is. Definitely.
Man, way to go, Nate.
Hey, I had to do it.
555 Club.
That's right. 555. Did my first 555 stake a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
Wow. That's
definitely.
Awesome.
Cuatro Cinco Club. I love
yes,
that.
We are. Yes, we are. Definitely. You know, it's important also to keep positive people in your circle. And especially for our duration for Hex, also through the staking and through the 15 years or even longer than that, because yeah, we're gonna live longer than 15 years. I know
Excellent point.
I know my wife is, I know my sons are. So you gotta be careful who you have in your circle. And I think that's what happened with my aunt also, because like you said, Maddie, about people, you know, feeling sorry or feeling bad that, oh, I have all this money and no one else has it. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to bless everyone. You know? But you're not really blessing anybody. You know, you're just trying to basically throw money in the bucket full of holes, basically. You know, so yeah, you got to be careful with people's intentions too. You know, you bring up a good point with that.
Well, it looks like the three of us, along with a lot of other people in the community, will all continue to be connected through our 15-year stakes, and we've all put locked money into the contract, and so that gives us an incentive to stick around and to help others and to benefit the community in more and more ways. I think, especially as Hex continues to do super well. And so I wanted to thank you guys for coming on and for everything you're doing now for Hex and everything in the future that you will do.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maddie. It was good to meet you, Nate, and hear your story. Rock on, everyone.
Hex on.
Take care. Take care.
Hex on. Definitely. Well, yeah, Maddie, this is neat. This is really neat. I had to give it to you.
Yeah, thanks. And looking at the schedule here, it looks like I'm up next to do my talk. And so I'm excited to give my talk, and then excited to hear all the other good content that we'll be having for the rest of the day today and the days to come. So stick around, and thanks again for joining.
Anytime, Maddie. I'm watching you on YouTube right now.
Sounds good. Make sure to do the thumbs up and leave a kind comment if you would.
Yeah, sure. Hex on.
All right. Take care. Hex on. Hello, everybody. Looks like it's just me here to give the talk of my life. And so I hope that this is exactly that. And I hope that everybody enjoys here. I'm going to clean up the studio here a little bit. Perfect. And make sure I've got everything ready to go. So I debated for a long time about what to call this talk. And that's because I've really been thinking about what I wanted to say at the first Hex conference, or the first even crypto conference that I'd be able to speak at. I've been thinking about this for multiple years, probably 3 years. I've been looking at crypto through the lens of mental health. And that's because I'm a therapist, and I specifically work with difficult populations, people who make less than $15,000 a year, and people who suffer from addictions and mental health problems, whether that's depression, PTSD, anxiety, you name it. And so I also have a background when it comes to being a brainwave researcher and researching addiction and specifically impulsivity. And so I bring to the community, I think, a lot of knowledge and insights into psychology. And so I'm kind of known as the psychology guy. And I do a show with my co-host, Joe Hexotic, who's been working really hard behind the scenes here to make sure that everything runs so smoothly. And I wanted to thank him for not only helping me to run the show and organize it, also for him being my co-host on Hex Therapy Live, and for being such an awesome friend. He and I are BFFs in crypto now. And we had just met on Discourse Syndicate right before we started to start streaming and everything. And so I'm really lucky and blessed to be in such an amazing community. The title that I ended up coming up with here is Solved: Macro Mentally Ill Money. And the reason I call it this is because I believe that it's not just people these days who are mentally ill, but it's our monetary system. And specifically, it's the monetary policy of printing more and more money, making the money less rare and less valuable. It really disrupts people's lives when they have to choose between spending impulsively or spending, like there's no tomorrow, and not really being able to save for the future by just holding the paper currency and holding a currency that retains its value. So I have some props here, in fact, to go over, and I also wanted to make the point really that Hex as a cryptocurrency cures the curse of centralized currency because it rewards saving for the future instead of punishing saving, which is what fiat currencies are doing now by having negative interest rates in other parts of the world and having near zero interest rates here. And so I want to talk about some of the problems that we have in our current system and some solutions that crypto and Hex have to offer. But first of all, we need to understand how Hex as a programmable money differs from paper money. And here, as a prop for you, I have a crispy new $100 bill that was it looks like it was just printed yesterday. And you're not allowed to write on currency. That's a federal crime to deface it. And so I didn't do that, but I just put a note on top of this. And it says here, I will save for my future. But it turns out that there's nothing enforcing that. I can write that on my paper money, but there's no system that enforces that. And in fact, the system that keeps track to make sure that I don't print a bunch of fake $100 bills and start spending them, making other people's money less valuable. The system is set up to inflate, and the Cantillon effect is where the people who get people who get money first get to buy things at old prices, and everybody else who's working for a living, who's not a banker, has to buy things only at future prices that are always increasing. And where does this lead? Well, it leads to something like this, which is a $100 trillion bill from Zimbabwe, right? And that's what we end up with when my background was messing up. That's what we end up with, is more and more money being printed and it being worth less and less. This $100 trillion bill ended up only being worth about 25 cents before it became a collector's item. And so that's what it looks like. So that's what paper money looks like. And as we said, I can write that I'm going to save on top of it, but it's not like programmable money Hex, because in Hex, when I program the money to be saved for the future, And when I send it to my future self, I can't go back on that promise, and it's the time lock is enforced by the system, and so it keeps me honest to myself, and it gives me a mechanism through which to save. And as I said at the beginning of the program, I am sure that that will be a Nobel Prize winning system that Richard gets the prize for it, because I'm familiar with what they do give Nobel Prizes for in economics, and it's embarrassing. So I think that what we can do, so what Hex does is it actually causes people to have a better mental health, because they are able to save for their future and then have an incentive to take care of themselves physically while they wait for their mad gains to come unlocked. And Hex pays better the longer you stake. And so the longer out you stake your money, the more reward you get, and that incentivizes you to have all sorts of health behaviors that you might not otherwise have. And we see that in the community already. I think it's the mental health of this community is excellent and continues to improve, and that's why I'm so excited and happy that that some of you tune in to the Hex Therapy Show, and we try to go over actual skills you can use today to give yourself stronger hands. So that means that you make better long-term decisions. You're a long-term thinker, and the part of your brain that you do that with is the prefrontal cortex, and that's the part of your brain that's behind your forehead and your temple, and that's what you use to do all your decision making and regulating emotions and not selling whenever the price goes down, and really being able to take care of yourself better and better. And there are certain ways that you can take care of yourself that will enhance your prefrontal cortex activity. And it turns out when I do therapy with people, it's like all of the or all of the behaviors that people use to beat addiction, they always increase the activity in their prefrontal cortex. So thinking about consequences, planning ahead, scheduling time, getting better sleep, getting better nutrition, having sober social support. There are so many things and ways that people take care of themselves that wouldn't be possible if you were just acting off impulse. And so one of the coolest moments ever in my life was just the other day. I had talked about how people can use omega 369 as a way to enhance their prefrontal cortex brain activity, because as it turns out, this is a material that your body needs in order to insulate the electrical wires in your brain and make sure that the electricity doesn't leak out, resulting in poor decision making. And 25% of the weight of your brain is actually supposed to be the myelin sheath that is created by the omega-3, that electrical insulation. And omega-3s made a difference in my life. Even though I had already been successful, it made me think even more clearly. And but it was the other day, someone you just saw on the show, Bran, he was doing his own show talking about how I had he had learned on my show about omega-3 and was spreading the word. And that's one of the most exciting things, being a therapist who is able to come on stream now. And this is free speech. I'm not doing therapy for you now, but I'm talking about things that work, that make people's lives better. And there's nothing better than going from having to sit people down one by one and try to teach them ways that they can improve their lives, and now having a platform where I can reach hundreds of people at the same time. And I believe that really incentivizes and motivates me, especially with the Hex community and the financial freedom that I get from having invested in Hex and believed in it. Now I'm able to try to give back even more And so I've continued to work as a therapist for 50% of the time I normally would. And the other 50% of the time I'm putting into, well, and a lot of my free time, I'm putting into trying to build more community with Hex, but to also build tools for us in the Hex community to live better lives, make better decisions, and to be able to have greater health for the future. I was always moved by a Buddhist quote that says, "The master in the art of living makes little distinction between his work and his play." And it goes on to give a lot of other examples of how when you're doing something that you love, it doesn't feel like work. And this is something that I love, both doing therapy and spreading tools for mental health and for making healthier decisions in Hex. And so I'm so blessed to be a part of the community. And I really think that because Hex helps you lock your money so you don't foolishly trade it or spend it, I really think that people are going to have more time free, whether it's because they don't have to work as much, or it's because they're stopping doing other addictive behaviors that don't have good outcomes. And so I think really one of the opportunities we have now that we are, some of us are having more time available, is we might be able to make mental health more fun and to kind of gamify the type of behaviors that we see that Hex also helps with. So let me put that another way. Hex helps us save for the future, and because it has a trust engine and a truth engine inside of it, and because it allows us to build all this amazing social capital. And so I think I would like to propose a way that we could make it more fun to all be participating in health challenges, and to be creating incentives for ourselves to live healthier lives, so that we can not only continue to be the best community in crypto, but to also model the best behaviors for other people. I see myself growing the more that I am involved in Hex, and I see others growing. And so I want to give back to that. And so one of the ways that I think we can use, build on Hex, which helps to make money mentally healthy, right? Because it has a known monetary policy. We don't know how many dollars are going to get printed next year and how fast the price of things is going to rise, right? Whereas in Hex, we do know what the future monetary supply is, and we know it's real simple. If you stake longer than average, then you're going to get paid more Hex, and your Hex shares are going to be relatively worth more. And so there's a lot of macro dynamics that are going on in Hex that are making us healthier. And I think it's also, it'd be helpful to have individual dynamics that we can use. And so I wanted to share my screen here as I finish my talk and we bring on the next speaker. I wanted to share part of the idea that I have for how the Hex community could gamify our behaviors to create more incentives for ourselves to have better mental health. And so let me bring up the tab here. Okay, so this is, might look a little familiar. This is a NFT that I've made. And we don't like NFTs usually because people pay thousands of dollars for them, and it's just a JPEG file that doesn't matter, and it's like presented as art that could be worth more in the future. But in this case, what I have created is the prototype for something called a Hex badge. And what a Hex badge would do is it would be like the badge that you earn for doing something that, you know, completing a challenge or doing something special for yourself. And I believe that this could evolve someday into a system where you use programmable money to program your own health behaviors. For example, paying yourself to get out of bed and to go on a jog or to eat healthier. And there's going to be all kinds of oracle problems with that. But I think until we have better systems in place, we could be using these health badges and these achievement badges as a way to celebrate the things that we're doing in Hex and to recognize how we do have a system already that rewards us for living healthier lives, and that exists in Hex already. And so got one more screen to share to see if, so I want to share this. The first Hex badge is going to be for anybody who has attended the conference and to help commemorate the first Hex conference. And there will be a special Hex badge awarded to the people who were kind enough to donate their time as speakers. We want to recognize you and celebrate your participation and giving to the community. And so what this would look like is you go, even now, I mean, this exists now. And by the way, I'm not making this, my own company or anything. I believe that we'll all be able to compete with each other to make the coolest badges and hand them out to people. And you're not going to be selling your Hex badge for something else because it's like an AA coin. It means something to you because you know that you did something special that you're proud of. And so when you go into your MetaMask, it'll look something like this. This is just the account that you normally see. And then it would go over to the next tab. Instead of tokens, it goes to collectibles. And then you would see like the Hex badge token, which isn't really a token. And then it would show up under your MetaMask that you already have. And you'd be able to see it. Now that's an ugly version that I made before, and there's a cooler version now. But the point is that I'm hoping that this will be one way that I can give back to the community, and that the community can continue to build awesome mental health when it comes to Hex, and saving for our futures and having better health. Let's see, my final comment is, if you do not value time, you will not stand the test of time. And so I hope you all stay wisely, my friends, and continue to create awesome content in Hex. And make sure that you don't miss my keynote later this week on Saturday it's not a keynote, it's just a panel that I'll be doing with Richard on something called self-health. And without any further ado, to stick with the schedule we have now, I'm honored to bring one of the greatest hype men of all time to Hex. And you've been waiting for this the whole conference. And here he is. Kareem.
What's going on?
So good to see you.
Good to see you, Maddie. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Fantastic. First thing first, happy freaking New Year.
Happy New Year.
And happy New Year to everybody on stream right now. All the Hexicans and all the new people, welcome. Very, very, very excited to be here today. Great talks. And I want to give a shout out to everybody that's been on so far. Great job, even the people for the first time. So just exciting to see new faces. That was great. I was in the background waiting patiently. That was awesome.
Well, I'm going to hand the floor over to you.
Fantastic. Yeah, let's do this. And you can definitely hang out if you want. So the cool thing that I wanted to start off with, Maddie, is that, some of the stuff that we talked about when I was previously on your stream, but just a quickly overview for those who don't know me. So my name is Kareem. I've been in Hex since about May or so. I pride myself being the master of quick math. You can see me on Twitter sometimes. And more importantly, I want to be, and I've always been, the face of the Staker class to people that really understand the value of longer pays better. And today I want to share some updates based on previous things that I've talked about with Maddie when he was, interviewing me a couple weeks back in the past. So, and again, wishing a happy New Year to everybody. So very, very excited to be here. Maddie, can I share my screen? Yeah. Let's see. Boom, 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 crop tab. And That should work. Let me know if you can see my screen. Perfect. I like to start with this tab right here, which is my favorite tab. So for those of you who understand the real value of Hex, it's all about staking, all about making sure that you understand that over trading ultimately hurts people, because you end up, blowing up your account instead of understanding the value of longer pays better. And another milestone that we had today, which is great, is we got, 40% plus APY, crossing again that 6 payout per T-share. And the reason why it's so amazing is because over time, the longer you are in the system, the more you get involved, the more you receive on the long term. And another thing that I used to tell about all the time is this is the chart that most people should be focused about, which is the payout per T-share in US dollars. And when I used to be on Maddie's show, I remember it was right around here. And I was telling people how it's going to be basically doing what it's been doing, which is kind of nice and cup, which reminds me the times of when we were here. And this is, again, why longer pays better, because the longer you wait, the more expensive a T-share gets, and the more expensive a T-share get, the less you will get in the long term. So be able to be involved early allows you to build that position, think about the long term. The same way when I was talking to my families, I got them onboarded, and my friend, by the way, shout out to my good friend Jose, I know he's watching right now the stream, which is awesome. So it's really the value of building wealth. I said that many times. Hex number one value isn't just about making money, and it's about building wealth, because over time, as you build that wealth, you're going to be able to not to have to worry. Richard used to talk about it all the time, where you get to a point where you make so much money that it doesn't really matter. You're not worried about what the price is going to be tomorrow or the next day. You're thinking about it long term. It builds like a retirement, and also you can enjoy life. You're not going to be worried about watching screens all the time and losing your lifespan, when you can be spending a lot of time enjoying with family. Perfect example, this late December, I was on vacation traveling, visiting some friends and Hexicans, down in Florida, and price was going up and doing its thing, but I never had to worry about the price, never had to worry about the chart, just enjoying earning my T-share and building over time. I also say true accumulation never ends. As you build it, you're going to be able to have more and more over time. And I would say every Hexican should have what's called a dream account. And today, I want to give a quick update on, my dream account, which every last time I was here talking with Maddie, right, it basically not only it more than doubled, which is pretty awesome because price went up, but also now we're starting to get really nice APY. And the true Hexicans in the 5555 clubs understand that longer pays better. So when you get the bonuses, we're not even talking about 40% APY that the global stat is giving you here, which is pretty cool, based on what we've been averaging. But because you're staking that longer period of time, you start to get really good, nice return over 60+%, which is really what separates you from the rest. And I don't care what any trader says, if you focus on building your dream account and if you're getting 60% APY on an annual basis without having to look at a stream, without having to do anything else, you will always beat any freaking trader in the world, even the best trader, even though most of them lose money. So, and also, ever since I was there before, the payout per T-share went up tremendously, almost 10% since about a month ago when it was in the 15,000. So again, bringing that reminder that you want to build your T-share as soon as you can, so that you will never have to worry about trading. You're just building over time, creating that staking ladder over time, so that one day you can also, build your dream account just like mine and have it here. And the purpose of the dream account is something that you look at, but it's not something that you trade. And I recommend putting in a separate account so that you don't, a separate MetaMask account, so you don't have to, access it all the time, touch it or this and that. You just put the seed phrase in somewhere safe, so you never have to worry about it. And then you can have a separate account to do your regular trading if you have to trade, because I know some people can't help themselves, right? They have to trade. But for those who understand the power of the dream account, you get the maximum amount of T-share, which will give you the best APY, which is the key here, so that over time you'll get the most amount of T-share and the better value over time. Another chart that I like to watch all the time, as you guys know, is this one here, which is the expired, basically ending state charts. And through Hex, you can understand that you look at it on the monthly, right? This is a monthly chart. It's not a daily, because it's a waste of time. And what's already amazing to see here is that not only the price been pumping over the last month or so, but the big 8 billion that used to be hanging around here are no longer there. And I think the small leftover here is probably people that had very, very small stakes that cannot unstake, because obviously sometimes when the gas price is so high, the value of the stake is not as good compared to the fee that you have to pay to unstake. So moral of the story, try to make sure to not do too many small stakes, because again, if the gas fee outpaces the reward of the staking reward, you're basically wasting your time. So what I recommend, because again, no financial advice, but what I always recommend is use the other bonus too. It's not just longer pays better, bigger pays better. Do bigger stakes and trying to stake a little bit further out so that you can be more gas efficient and don't have to worry about gas fees, right? When you stake for 10, 15 years, you're not just banking on the fact that you don't worry about the gas fee, whatever it is, because your ROI is going to be so great. But also, what if most likely, Ethereum scales and able to fix scalability, and the gas fee is going to be way, way less. So by the time you're in stake many, many years in the future, the technology gets even better, the blockchain gets even better, so that the scaling solutions provide even lesser fees, so you don't have to worry about it. But I'm very, very excited to see this chart, because literally we're already here in January, and starting, next month and the following, when this is over, it's gonna be just blue sky from there. So for every new Hexagon that just got here, you are still very, 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 very early. This is to me the equivalent of buying Bitcoin when it was $30. You missed maybe the first run, the first big 100x move, but there's still many, many, many more to go, because Hex is a finished product, and Hex always provides value at any given time. Even my latest friend that just got in already is receiving value on a daily basis, irrespective of whether or not he was here early or not. And that's the power of the earning rewards. The only product that do that, you know what I mean? When you trade Bitcoin, unless you're doing leverage trading or some of this other stuff, you don't get any more Bitcoin. You have to take more risk. In Hex, you just need to stake, forget about it. And like Papa Bona was saying earlier in the stream, you just look forward to that every day, 7 p.m. Don't have to worry about anything. Boom. So for me, because I'm on the East Coast, right, it's every day at 7 p.m., which is here. So I just come in and I calculate how much T-share we're getting paid, right? So you'll be taking this number, and then you simply multiply by the number of T-share that you have, and that can tell you roughly how many Hex you're getting paid that day. So it's very easy, very friendly. You don't have to worry about trading whatsoever. It just works for you, and it works perfectly. So I highly, highly recommend for everybody that's new, ask questions, read, but again, longer pays better. Get yourself a dream account. It's very, very important. Number two, true Hexicans understand that, longer pays better. 555 is the way to go, because you will get bonus share, which is very, very important. Number three, we're not worried about the price, especially in the short term. It's all long term, and even when you look at price charts, don't even look at the Hex ETH chart, focus on the dollar chart, because ultimately as Ethereum pumps, things ratio get to change, but ultimately we will always pump as well. I've tweeted about it about a week ago too, where I was showing people how literally you have Hex pumping as fast and faster sometimes every time Ethereum or Bitcoin pumps, because we carry that weight as well, because it's about being a ratio. So, which is why it's very, very good. And again, very, very excited, very humble to be here, because Hex been a blessing so far. I mean, return on investment has been great. And more importantly, it's about understanding the value of time and how you can monetizing time. And it's a fairness system for everybody. Doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what you do for a living. if you buy and you stake and you think about the long term, you can do what I've done or even more, because this is just about math. And that's what I love quick maths, because it's universal rule. It's like first principles, right? It applies for everybody. So this is why I'm very, very excited to be here. Very excited to welcome as many people in the community. So you can find me on Telegram. It's just my name, Kareem, on the Hex chat. I'm on pretty much all the Hex chats, so you can find me there as well. You can find me on Twitter at Your Magic. I'm gonna ask Maddie later to put it on screen. Hopefully people can see it. But yeah, ask questions, stay curious, and remember, LPB, longer pays better. So Maddie, how are we doing on time? I just want to make sure. I know there's other people coming in, so.
I am setting things up for the next talk, and we've still got the
perfect. Because you know me, I get so excited. I can go on for hours. So
have you talk for another 6 minutes here. So
okay,
I'm gonna enjoy it.
Perfect. Yeah, and you can stay on too, which is good. And
I've got to set up the next.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so one of the things that I was thinking about, in 2021, one of the things that I'm the most grateful about, especially with Hex in the community, is I'm looking forward for hopefully when, COVID kind of goes away, who knows about that, if we can have a physical conference and doing more meetups. This is going to be great. When I was my vacation last month in Florida, I get to meet some Hexicans, and it's really good to get to meet some real people. So shout out to David Morales. If you're on the stream right now listening, you're awesome, bro. Thanks for a great time. So it was really awesome meeting you. And Gabe as well, another Hexican. So this was really great. And yeah, just being involved, ask questions. We're always here. We're a big community. What I love about Hex is we're real people. So, no bots. We work hard every day. We delay gratifications. We understand the power of, attitude of gratitude. And, just like the marshmallow experiment, right? If you can delay gratification for a longer period of time, your reward will compound. So if you understand that, irrespective of age, even if whether you're 18 years old or whether you're, 57, 80, 87 years old, we have people in the community that in the 80s that still do 5, 5, 5, 5 stakes, because they understand it's not even about them. It's about building wealth for generations to come. So however long they stay alive, or giving it away to their kids or family, or just as a gift, that's another great things to have. So very, very, very excited to be here, and looking forward to meet more people in person. I think that's going to be great. And I know we have a potential meetup again in Florida in February. So some of the Hexicans out there, we will post that too, because we might be able to regroup as well. So very, very excited to be here. And yeah, this is awesome. Maddie.
You're awesome, Kareem, and you being the face of the Super Sharks and the Staker class.
Winning well in training, Maddie. I got work to do.
Now, are you able to tell people what that means in terms of what the leagues are?
Actually, yeah, great point. Let me see if I can hold on one sec. I think I might be able to. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up here on the. I should be able to. Just give me 1 second.
So there has been a system created to kind of gamify the importance of having T-shares, which is the part of Hex that will become the most rare. And that's part of what this keynote here is going to be about. And the different leagues are representative of how much.
I'll share the screen right now real quick so that way they can see it. Just 1 second. I just found it. So boom. And then we can talk about it briefly. Boom. So right here, which is perfect. Yep. So those are the different class. So again, Super Sharks are like right around here, right around Dolphins. And then, winning well is the next stage, which is what I'm trying to be at, and continue to grow. And again, one of the rules, Maddie, and which I love the fact that you wrote it down so we can share it to more people in the community, the 8 rules, right, which I talked about, is one of them is true accumulation never ends, right? I worked my way up to where I am today. But the beauty about Hex is because I have a long-term horizon, I have 15 years, and I'm still obviously, again, delaying gratification, constantly working hard, acting like this money doesn't exist. Again, I'm stake. My minimum stake is 10 years, all the way to 15. So it's like, that's why I get the high APY, but also it allows me to continue to build, add to my T shares. Because the way the league works over here, it's about a percentage ratio in the pie, right? So to be a super shark, you need to be about 0.01% of the pool. And then the winning well is the next one after that. So as you constantly grows, it's put you like a goal to go towards it. And whether you achieve it or not, it's not the point. The point is you're pushing towards a target, and then you're building wealth. And as more and more people exit the pool, because Maddie, I can say another thing, which, the dream account has been moving up of the rank by itself. Because as people leave the pool, as people unstake, as people take profits, which is nothing wrong with that. So because of the fact that you're staying in the pool, you're starting to gain into the range. You see what I'm saying? And because, total T-share is deflationary, because as the share price constantly goes up, there's less and less available. It's easily how over time, because you stay in the pool, you're going to start winning ranks naturally. So imagine you got that phenomenon going on your side, plus you build more, you add to your T-share position, again, money that you're thinking of for the future, then you'll be able to move up the rank and stuff. So that's a goal that I set for myself, which is great. And then I add to my ladder, like I said before, I like to space it out by 6 months and then just do the max. So one of the powerful thing about the dream account is you maximizing the T-shares. You're doing, minimum 10 to 15 years, but then you can have a dream account staking ladder 555. So I like to do like every 6 months. So I get the distribution, you see what I mean? Every 6 months. And I like to do 2 million hex because, that's the number I pick. But this is something where you can build your own, think long-term, move up the rank, feel wealthy, and you are building wealth. It's not just a feeling, it's true. And then later down the road, you will be able to, like I always say, your future self will thank you for it.
Well, Kareem, I want to thank you because you add tremendous value to the community, and you're the most giving shark I know. And thank you for coming on my show the other day, and we talked for 5 hours.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And you had so much awesome content for everybody. You're a smart guy, and so this is one of the surprises I wanted to plan for the conference. I wanted to tell you that I got you this domain, and so that goes to you right now. Right now, that if somebody types that in, they go to your Twitter, because you are the face of the staker class, and this is just my small way of thanking you. And we can transfer the domain when we get a chance, but for now, it already goes there.
What? I'm gonna go check it out after this.
Yeah,
this is awesome. Well, thank you.
Of course,
I will
thank
do you proud. Don't you worry about that. That's awesome. This is great. Well, thanks for the surprise. This is awesome. See,
absolutely.
The gratitude is so amazing. So I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's time. And I know we passed the 11:02. So, but thanks for having me on. And again, this is just the beginning. I look forward for more conference and meeting face to face, Maddie. We got to do that.
That sounds great. Take
All
care.
right.
And now we're getting here to our keynote, and to kick that off, we have a video to share that'll be about 3 minutes long, and this is going to help cover the whole idea of staking in 3 minutes, and then we'll have our experts come on and show their data. So I'm setting up the screen share here, and then we'll have that all set up for you.
The secret to gaining the highest ROI in Hex lies in a little-known mechanism called shares. When you stake your Hex, you receive shares. It's kind of like a guarantee. Your shares guarantee you back your principal, plus a percentage of interest and bonuses over time. The key to achieving the highest ROI in Hex is acquiring as many shares as you possibly can by staking early and staking long. The earlier you stake and the longer you stake, the higher your ROI will be. The brilliance of the share design is this. Every time a stake is ended anywhere in the world, those shares are effectively burned. They cease to exist. This means that every single day there are less and less shares to be had. This also means that every moment you wait to get and stake Hex, the share pool is dwindling. Now, why does that matter? Hex is programmed to pay out the highest interest and rewards to those who own the most shares. That's why it matters. Staking early is key, but it's not everything. How do you get the most shares? You stake longer than everyone else. The maximum length you can stake is 5,555 days, or 15.2 years. If you want to get into Hex early and become a whale, how do you do it? You stake today, right now, this very moment, and you stake for 5,555 days. As everyone else's stakes expire, you end up holding the largest bag of shares in the network. This guarantees you receive the largest percentage of interest and bonuses. Don't want to wait 15 years to realize your profit? The beauty of Hex is that it's designed to pay out perpetual passive income to its holders, just like a traditional banking CD. This is done by creating what we call a stake ladder. Imagine if you had 1 million Hex, and you broke it up into 65,000 Hex stakes from year 1 to 15, setting a stake every year for 15 years. This is called a stake ladder, and there are many ways to design them to work best for you. Some Hexers create a staking ladder that pays them every 2 years, some every quarter, and some every month. The idea is that on a semi-regular basis, you'll have fully mature stakes that you can cash out for the next 15 years, or even indefinitely. The smartest Hexers have plans to only cash out the interest each period and restake their principal out for 15 more years. This allows them to earn passive income indefinitely from Hex. Hex is a vastly superior product to that of traditional banking time deposit accounts, and it's the purest form of decentralized finance. There is no company, no middlemen, and no gatekeepers in Hex. It's a triple audited autonomous product built on the blockchain that has 100% uptime. Welcome to the future.
Hi guys, what an awesome video, what an awesome conference. Thank you, Maddie, for inviting us to this conference. It's awesome.
Oh, thank you guys for putting together a presentation I know is going to be so outstanding.
Yeah, we worked hard on it. So
hello, everybody. Hello.
So
Good
I'm
night.
going to hand the floor over to you guys, and thanks so much.
Exactly.
Sure.
Can you please just put on the screen share, and then thanks for having us on. Then
Let me know if you need anything. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, what an awesome conference. This whole conference today just lead up to this keynote, and everything we talked on this conference today just fits perfectly into this keynote. You will see what we mean by that. So let's go. Today we are going together on a journey deep into the Hex rabbit hole. Key for today is to understand the Hex staking, to understand why it's nearly impossible to predict our staking rewards, and our keynote will help you when it comes to your own staking strategy. Please stick with us. We have the presentation full of graphs and numbers. So put away everything that might distract you from it, because we need your full concentration right now. Let's jump into it.
Exactly. Thanks for the introduction, Alan. And what we are going to show you at first is the current status of the Hex ecosystem. And we will show you what factors are determining your daily staking payout. After that, we show you what assumptions need to be made to be able to calculate the possible future payout. With the pool of assumptions, we are going to show you after that 2 different staking behaviors where we can compare the 2 staking behaviors pretty easy, you know. And finally, we are going to explain you what this model means and what we learn from it and what you can learn from it too. And so this keynote will provide you with the answer, how much will I make? Which is the most common asked questions what we get from new Hexicans when it comes to hex staking.
Exactly. In this first part, we are going to show you the 3 different factors for the daily payout, which are the hex payout total per day, the share pool, and the staking ratio. So now let's go over to each of those factors and see how they work.
Exactly. So let's start with the daily hex payout total. What you see here is the daily hex payout total since the beginning of hex. And what we see is that it is going up generally, but there are those spikes along the way. And here you can see the formula how this daily hex payout total is getting calculated. So the code takes a fraction of 3.69% per day and times it with all ever minted hex. And on top of that, 50% of all penalties are added daily to that too. And here, back to the chart, in the end, you see a flat line. And this is because now the hex launch phase is over and new hex are only minted when old stakes are ending. And therefore, the term all ever minted hex is growing slower now, which leads to a slower rise in the total payout. However, we will see how this pool will still grow in a later chart when we are coming to our assumptions. Just to keep in mind, the general daily payout total is increasing, but due to the penalties, we see these spikes from time to time.
Now Patrick has shown you how the daily payout is formed. So now it is going up in general, but fluctuate because of the penalties. Let's go on with the next slide, which is the explanation of the T-share pool.
Exactly. So to come to the second part, to the second factor influencing your daily payout, we are coming to the pool of total T-shares. And here we see them since the start of Hex again. You see a fast rise here in the beginning, and then it flattens out a bit, but still rises, but on a slower pace. And in the end of the chart right here, you see a spike, which is the big payday where nearly 98% of all hex were staked. After the big payday, so right now, the pool still is slightly bigger than before. And in general, it increases when new stakes are made, and it decreases when old stakes are ending. And another fact for the pool of total shares is that due to the ever-rising share price, it will be harder and harder over time to keep the pool at such a high level as it is right now. And harder just means that you will need more financial energy as time goes on. And if new people join or if they stake longer as old stakes are ending, the pool will also rise. So in the short term, the pool can rise or can increase or decrease, but in the long run, it will decrease, but nobody knows how much or how fast this process will go on.
Yeah. The thing is, the total T-shares, the pool of total T-shares is nearly impossible to predict, as it is only based on human behavior. In our next slide, we'll show you the latest factor, what is influencing the interest, which is the staking ratio.
Exactly, Alan. So what we see here is the final graph that you need to know to answer the question, how much do I make? It's all new hex which come into existence right now are based on hard mathematical facts of the code, and new newly created hex are only getting to the staker class. And to explain it, if 100% of all the hex are staked, the staker class gets 3.69% on average per year. And if only 1% of all the hex are staked, everybody on average will get 369% per year. And right now, or as the end of the last year, we were at 9.7% staked, which means an average APY. So APY stands for annual percentage yield of 39.3% if you are an average staker. So what we have seen right now was, I will go back, the daily hex payout total, then the pool of total shares, and finally the staking ratio. And those three factors are determining your daily payout. Sorry, went too fast. So the total hex will be paid out to the pool of shares. And if more hex is staked, everybody will get less daily payout. And if less hex is staked, everybody will get more daily payout. And the last thing I want to add here is that the staking ratio may influence the price, but it's not the main driver for price, because the main driver for price will still be just buyers and sellers.
Yeah. And now we are coming to our assumptions we had to make. We already know the factors that calculate a possible return. Now we need to forecast those facts into the future. We will now go through our assumptions when it comes to the daily payout in Hex and what we think about the behavior of the T-share pool over the next 15 years. Those two assumptions will give us a model of the daily payout per T-share. Our model is not static, and as the dynamic of the code is based on human behavior, our assumptions may be or maybe not totally be correct. This keynote is not about making correct assumptions, but to show you the power of longer pays better. After we go over our assumptions, we will give you a model of two different staking behaviors and compare them to each other. So even if our assumptions are not quite right, the difference between those two people in our model will still be the same. And it's significant, as you will see in a moment.
Exactly. So let's jump into our first assumption. This is the assumption of the daily payout total. As we know, Hex will inflate, but this inflation in Hex is delayed because until the interest is not minted, it won't be added to the total Hex number. Because as you had heard before, the code takes a fraction of 3.69% and times it with all ever minted Hex. So the daily interest, which comes onto old stakes, is not added to the all ever minted Hex until it gets minted. So you have like delayed inflation in Hex. And because this dynamic is making it impossible to assume it correctly over the next 15 years, what we took in our assumption was the maximum possible, which are the 3.69% per year. And here in the graph, you see how that looks like. So basically what we're doing is taking the total Hex, which is right now a bit more than 600 billion, around 628 billion. And we just add 3.69% each and every year. And then we were able to derive the daily payout total from that. And you see it here. The total Hex is this white line, and the bulk right here is the million in Hex, so the million Hex daily payout, or everything in Hex.
Yes, so this was the explanation on how we made the assumptions for the daily payout total. This was an easy calculation, but now we are coming to a much harder assumption, which is the total share pool over time.
Exactly. So what we see here is the expected share pool total. What we had to do is make the assumption of the future total share pool, which is based on human behavior. So again, pretty much impossible to predict correctly, you know? So the only thing what we know is overall this share pool will decrease in the long run because it gets harder and harder to maintain such a high pool. But due to the ever rising share, this is due to the ever rising share price. As I said before, over time you will need more economical energy to get the same amount of shares. And just generally speaking, the pool will decrease when stakes are ending and increase when stakes are getting started.
Because the share pool is depending on human behavior, we talked to different Hex OGs and asked them for their prediction on what they think the share pool will be in the future. We then took the average of those assumptions. What it shows is that in the short term, we think it will get the higher T-share pool. The reason why we assume the pool to rise short term is the share price did not jump as high as expected after big payday. Also, we think there will be more adoption of Hex, and we assume a longer weighted average staking length in the future.
And here in 2030, you see another cycle in the chart. And this is because we know that lots of large stakes are coming out that time. And because of that, we expect a faster decrease of the share pool from this time on. And just to go into a bit more detail here, if you go to the website hex.vision and then you press staking on the left side of the main page, you will see a chart of the future stakes ending. And there you see a bulk of really large stakes ending right around the 2030 mark. And those stakes were made like a year ago, maybe a year and 1 month ago, something like that. So in the beginning of Hex, within the first few weeks. So those stakes were made with a pretty good share rate. And therefore, some of those high stakes will put a new share price. And therefore, from there on, we assume that it will be so much harder to keep up the pace, the high of the total shares, that the pool will decrease even faster from there on.
And since we have now explained the different dynamics, in the next part we will talk about the payout per T-share, which is calculated based on our assumptions.
Exactly. So when you have assumed the daily payout in total, so the total daily payout in Hex and the T-share total over the years, you can calculate the expected daily payout per T-share. And if you have the daily payout total and the share pool total, it is very easy to calculate that, because you just divide the total Hex payout through the total share pool, and then you get the payout per T-share. So if you go to go.hex.com on the main page, you scroll down a bit after the two charts there, you see those two numbers. And if you just want to recalculate them out of curiosity, you take the number of the million Hex and divide it through the trillion shares, and then you get exactly the number which is displayed at daily payout per T-share.
So to sum it up, you see here a combination of the past three graphs. In the table, you see our assumption for each single year. There's a total Hex and there's a share pool total. Having those two, we can now calculate the daily payout total and the daily payout per T-share. This table is the data of the previous graphs, and you have seen before, and you can also see on the right side. Since we now have explained all the different assumptions we had to make, I want to mention that even if those assumptions are not 100% correct, the main point of this keynote will still be valid. In the next part of our presentation, we can now work with those assumptions and those numbers, and we are able to make a simulation.
Exactly, Alan. So, as you know, it's a dynamic system in Hex, which you really see here, and I hope you understand right now why it is that hard to say somebody how much staking reward he or she will get by staking for a certain amount of time. But after our assumptions, what we can now do is compare different staking behaviors, which is now the most interesting part of the whole keynote. So here in our example, we just named the two person A and person B. Person A, on the one hand side, stakes 150,000 hex for just 1 year. But after this year, he restakes his principal or her principal, including all the accrued interest for another year, and does that 15 times in a row. So person A is compounding his hex 15 years. And on the other hand side, person B stakes his 150,000 hex, so the same principle at first, but person B stakes it right away for 15 years, so until end of 2035. And we choose these two staking behaviors to show you why longer pays better. And the most important outcome of this whole example is the difference between the two persons. Because basically both are staked for 15 years. Person A only has his hex liquid once per year, so like a little bit more flexible approach. But right after that, he restakes again. He restakes again right after that. And therefore, this comparing right now is all about the difference between the two persons.
So now we can calculate how many T-shares our two person will get. For person B, it's very easy. We just looked it up last week on go.hex.com. For person A, we did the same, but only for 1 year. We also had to assume how many T-shares this person will get by restaking every year. Since other bigger stakes will set a new share rate, our person A will not get the same amount of shares, even if he restakes his whole interest. As there is a 10% bigger pays better bonus in Hex, we assume that our person A will lose about 5% of its shares every year. In the next slide, we show you the interest both persons will make.
Yes, so we calculated the accrued interest for every year for both persons, because with our assumptions in the first place, we were now able to do that. And in the end, which is marked right here in the presentation, you see the total interest accrued after 15 years for the different people. We calculated it by taking the yearly average of our assumed daily payout per T-share, or like of our calculated daily payout per T-share, which has the underlying assumptions of the total payout, of the total daily payout and the total share pool. And now we are going to show you those numbers in the form of different graphs to get a better picture of it.
You can see both persons make very good interest gains in interest. The biggest gains in interest for both persons will be accomplished in the last third of their duration. Person B will beat the total interest of person A at the shown point, which is after 2029.
Exactly. So they both start with the same amount of money. Person A just takes a slightly flexible approach, but person B sees the value of the new form of staking which Hex has to offer, and will make the same amount of interest like 6 years before person A will get to that point, you know. So when person A is finished here, person B reaches this level already after not even 10 years. And let's go on. What we are going to show you right here is both persons individually. So at first, you see the principal and interest in Hex for person A. So we start here at the 150,000 line, and you see a nice compounding effect, which brings us to a 5.5x in the end, which is pretty nice compared to every other traditional asset. And compared to that, person B. So again, person B stakes his 150,000 Hex, so, same starting point, but he is staking it for 15 years, which brings a much more compounding effect and a 20.2x. And here, to sum it up, you see both persons combined, and only when you see both staking behaviors like on the same charts, you see the huge difference of the two, because person B makes almost 4x more than person A. And you can now consider if more flexibility is really needed for staking your Hex. And now we are coming to the last chart of our keynote right here. So you did it, people. And this is the individual APY. So APY stands for annual percentage yield for those two individual stakes. So here you see the power of the T-shares again. And the longer you hold on to them, the more value they become in the long term. So you don't see a huge gap in the first 10 years, but after that, the gap is only getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And our 15-year staker makes nearly 500% APY in his last year, because the longer you hold on to your T-shares, the more valuable they become.
So since Patrick and I started working on this presentation, I really learned a lot about compounding effect in Hex. Of course, I knew already that you could compound your Hex each year, and I also knew that the longer stake would always beat a short stake. But I really wasn't aware on how much of a difference it makes to have the right staking strategy up front. So in the Hex community, we discuss staking ladders a lot. Of course, I have one myself. But now with all these information from this keynote, I would have staked totally different. To make it easier for you guys, we will now come to the last part of our presentation and discuss everything you need to know to find a staking strategy for your individual needs. We will talk about the power of T-shares, compare a 10 to 15-year stake, look at a more flexible approach, and our biggest learnings. At the last part, we will talk Hex as a crypto sparbuch.
So let's jump into the first part, the power of T-shares. What we see here is LPB, which means longer pays better and share price only goes up. What is meant by this is that that's why it is important to make your stake as early as you can. We heard this before as well, like in the short introduction video. It's not like a matter of life or death if you stake today or tomorrow. But the longer you wait, the more financial energy you will need to put in to get the same amount of shares as you would get today. And that's what brings us to the lock-in T-shares for the long term, because as we have shown before, we showed you the difference between the accrued interest of our two persons, and that the time between the 10 and the 15 years, so the last third of the staking length, is paying you the most. And as said before, T-shares are getting more expensive because as old stakes are ending, the share price will go up. And what is also important to keep in mind is because T-shares are so the T-share total is decreasing in the long run, and the total payout is increasing in the long run. It's a mathematical fact that in the long run, the payout per T-share will increase for your individual long-term stake. And that's why we made a tip right here that you make a maximum, which means 5555 stake.
So now we are going to compare a 10 to 15 year stake. We talk about the power of the last years. The last 5 years of staking, a 15-year stake, pays you the same as the first 10 years. As we have seen in the graphs before, the interest really kicks in the last third of your duration. And what is if our assumptions are wrong? We talked about that before as well. Our assumptions may be or maybe not correct. Even when our assumptions of the share pool, for example, are incorrect, we will still make the most return of investment from year 10 to till year 15. This is because of the ever-rising share price. So the question here is, can you hold 5 more years when knowing you will double your income? And the tip we can make here is, think about staking before you actually stake. Think about how many percentage of your hex should be staked for the longest term.
Yes, so the next slide, a more flexible approach. The question here is, can you hold for 15 years? Because you have to have a very strong mindset to hold on to a single 15-year stake. And therefore, a lot of people are recommending a staking ladder. So for a more flexible approach, a staking ladder gives you more control over your own mindset and, of course, more flexibility, but it comes with the cost of potential future gains. So the best thing to do it is set up a staking ladder that fits your own mindset. That's why we can't state like make this staking ladder or do this staking approach. You know, it's a individual question, and your staking should fit your mindset. And just a word to emergency end staking. This emergency end staking honestly should never be considered. And if it does, you really should rethink your staking ladder, because emergency end staking can literally nuke your account. And that's why the important tip right here is that you choose a staking strategy that you never need to emergency end stake.
So now we come to our biggest learning, and we talked with Patrick about the first thing here a lot. It is never sell. It maybe sounds crazy, but I will explain what we mean with that. When you sell, you don't get more hex through staking. By selling hex, you lose your position. This leads to a decrease of your T-shares. Only sell hex if you really need to. Take other money first, which isn't the store value, fiat money, for example. And remember, person A never sold a single hex and still lost a lot of ground compared to person B, who had just one stake for 15 years. And that's why even if you sell, you will never get to this person A, and this person A already lost so much ground compared to person B. That's what I want to show here. So the next point is longer pays better. And we already know that if you stake your hex for over 10 years, you get a 200% staking bonus for the whole time. And that is why you want to hold on those 200% bonuses for like the last 5 years when you make a 15-year stake, because that is the time where the exponential growth really kicks in. And the last point, of course, is bigger pays better. If you stake more hex, you get up to 10% in staking bonus. And again, you want to hold on those T shares. Our tip here is the longer you hold, the better your compounding effect will be.
So, and to come to the last point of our conclusion is Hex is a Kryptosparbuch. So the term Kryptosparbuch is a German term and just means crypto savings account. So it can also mean like a 401k. So your Kryptosparbuch can be seen as a 401k. It is a long-term investment in terms of Hex with trustless interest to build up generational wealth. You know, in a traditional 401k, it's not trustless interest, but still they give you some interest. And here a word about selling again. You know that in a retirement provision account, you don't sell for decades. Sometimes like half a century, you are not able to sell even. You get interest that little money hopefully gets a lot of money in the future. So to do it with Hex, you could always stake for 5555 days and treat it as your personal pension plan. And the really high-end strategy for the young generation out there would be compounding a 555 stake. So, because if you compare it to a traditional retirement provision account where you are locked in for 40, even 50 years, you could compound 3 maximum stakes compared to just one 401k, and you could take out money 3 times along the way. So you are still 3 times more flexible than a traditional retirement provision account. So our tip right here, as you heard before from Karim as well, is to start with your dream account. And another strategy tip is that you make different accounts, so different ETH addresses for different staking purposes, that you have your retirement pension account, your play money account, your short-term staking account, like you want to. So this, start with your dream account. That's the most important takeaway.
Yeah, I also think the dream account is the most important thing, and we will now come to an end. Hex is a hell of a ride, and it's changed my life and many others completely. The funny thing is, we are just at the beginning of this journey. I'm so glad to be a Hexican and to have found so many like-minded people. With this presentation, we wanted to give back to the community, and of course, this presentation, this keynote, will also be available for you guys in the future. At the end, I want to give a shout out to everybody who helped us with this keynote. First, there's 10Alexa10, who provided us with those beautiful graphs. He has built an awesome web page, and you can use his tool as an onboarding tool for new users. On hexgraphs.com, you will find a ton of graphs, videos, and links for Hex. Then there's Dan, who helped us putting together this keynote. And of course, last but not least, a group of Hexican OGs that helped us to make an assumption of the future share pool, Luke, Felix, and Mars. And also, thank you everybody for listening. It was a great keynote, I think. It was really fun.
Yeah, and also from my side, thanks a lot for tuning in. Just to show a few more links, if you're able to speak German, so if you also speak the German language, you can join the Kryptosparbuch Telegram, which is the German-speaking group for Hex on Telegram, which is t.me/Kryptosparbuch. And on Twitter, we are our name is Hex Germany. We are also on DLive, also on Twitch, on YouTube with the channel Kryptosparbuch as well. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the keynote. I hope you are enjoying the HexChange 2021. I'm looking forward for some awesome conversations in the next days. And so happy hexing and enjoy the rest of the HexChange 2021.
So I guess we have some minutes left, and maybe Maddie is coming onto the show, because I don't know how he wants to follow through with this Hex conference. How did we
Wow.
make?
What an amazing presentation, guys. You guys nailed it. I mean, not only developing a model with predictions that already have been coming true, but also such a beautiful, elegant presentation, the way that, down to how you guys spoke back and forth. You guys put a lot of work into this.
Thank you.
Just as I showed in the last page, it's not just us. We have a whole team behind us, and we are producing German content, we're producing English content. We had a ton of people that helped us with this presentation, and without them, we couldn't do it. So a big shout out to them, to everybody who helped with this.
Exactly. So the Hex community is such an awesome community. We group together out of curiosity, out of free wish, out of no expectation of the profit of somebody else, not because of some shitty multi-level marketing structure or or something else. There is not that the old guys are earning more than the new guys. It just depends on how much T-shares you were able to buy, and yeah, it's just awesome,
And last year, we all didn't know each other. We just came into Hex and we saw there is a German community, and then we started to talk each other. And nowadays, I talk to Patrick more than to my family, for example, because we talk on a daily basis on the Hex content we create and stuff like this. So actually, we became good friends, and we met in Sylvester as well. So this is awesome as well.
Sylvester, just to explain it, is the New Year's Eve.
Oh.
I've never wanted to speak German so badly, because I know you guys stream in German now, and
yeah, but actually we do English content once a week as well. And hello, Karim, if you want to check out our channel, we already did interview Karim as well. It was an awesome interview. We talked a lot about the Dream account, and yeah, how did you like our keynote, man?
No, that was great, man. A lot of detail, a lot of content, and I really appreciate, because I think that's the key that people needs to understand, because it can really, really change their life. You know what I mean? Just like I said when I was on with you guys or with Maddie, is like people need to really have that level 3 understanding of longer pays better. Like, it's really important. And I'm glad that you guys were able to break it down in slides and some of the stuff that we've talked before. And anybody listening right now, if you haven't watched my interview with, Crypto Spark Booth or with Maddie, I highly, highly, highly recommend, literally, that you go watch that. It's a lot of hours, but like I always say, your future self will thank you for it. It will give you the knowledge, but more importantly, the confidence to understand where the real value lies, so you can get that long-term mindset, not be stressed out, not worried about price, go about your life, enjoy life, make more money, so you can really have that, I love the term in Germany, that savings account, because that's really what you're doing, and you're protecting yourself against all this rising cost of, inflations and all this other stuff, so that long term you can really, really accomplish your dream. So a quick shout out, I got a text from a gentleman from the Hex chat, and he was, very inspired, and he's working hard to build his dream account so he can buy a farm. That's his dream back in Croatia. And that's great. You see, setting up those targets, setting up those goals, that's what I did for myself when I started from nothing. And I think that's the key. And we're always going to be here along the way to help you. And that's the beauty of the community and the synergy, because by helping each other, everybody accomplished their dreams. So, and this is very exciting. It's just the beginning. So I just came back to hang out. So,
You're perfect. We really like to hang out with you, Karim.
This is awesome.
I think really everybody can accomplish their dreams,
Yeah, exactly. I got a lot of energy. That's why. But funny thing, Patrick, like I told you guys back in the day, you see how high the share rates start to go up when the price go up. That's behavior psychology, you see?
Yeah.
And it's funny for everybody that's new. It's just, it's not something you can chart because it's future behavior. But if you understand behavior psychology and the marshmallow experiment, that's really what it is. This is going to be your challenge. Can you delay that gratification and really allow yourself to get the mad gains, so to speak, in the long term? And that's
I
what
want to say
people
something
want.
about that, because the marshmallow experiment was a famous psychological experiment that was actually widely misunderstood. It was thought that these are personality traits that are fixed, that decided whether the child, took one marshmallow now or waited to get 2 marshmallows. When in fact, the author of the study, before he passed away, really wanted everybody to know that that was not the results, that the children went on and some of them learned how to delay gratification and became successful that way. And it wasn't just where they started, but it's how they changed over time. And so
Amen.
that's something that I think in Hex we really see, is that maybe people start out with listening to the marketing about, it goes up a lot in price, and that's certainly true, but we also begin to change ourselves to be more long-term thinkers when we're surrounded by other people in the community who are modeling good behavior, who are understanding at a deeper level what's going on, and the system of Hex itself, which allows us to save for the future, exactly like you guys said. Why would you put your money back into fiat that's depreciating if you don't need it now? For me, I think to myself, well, I am only in the next year, before, let's say I have another stake coming out, I'm not going to live more than 2% of my life. So I only have 2% of my Hex stake, or 2% of my Hex liquid, and 98% staked, right? Because I'm not going to be living more than 2% of my life, I hope, in the next year. And so that's a different attitude to take when I'm able to now put all of my savings that I put into Hex on the end of my ladder of 15 years. That's going to be the best strategy, and you guys have illustrated that very, very well.
I mean, I only have like 0.5 of my Hex liquid, which is like some onboarding Hex, which I like to keep liquid. If I meet somebody who is interested, then we are setting up a wallet together, and I just give him some Hex to work with, in the first place, and then he can figure out like how he can buy Ethereum and so on. And because what you can also do, even with the 2% you want to live off, you can still stake them on a monthly basis, like do some short-term staking. I mean, I don't know like how much Hex those 2% are, because I would say you should take at least 500,000 Hex for short-term staking, because otherwise the fees will rip you off a bit. But like if you have a lot of Hex, you can also have like your short-term staking wall and your dream account in the first place, So yes.
And Maddie, I think you put it really good last week or so. I heard you saying you hold like 3% of your Hex in the beginning of your ladder, and way more percent on the end of your ladder. And that's, I think we should talk about that. How many percent you should have in your ladder in the beginning, in the middle, in the end? Because when I made my ladder, I messed up a little bit, because I evened it out evenly, like for 15 years, always on my birthday, which sounds great, right? But why would I need so much Hex right now, or in like 21, 22 and something? I should have staked this Hex for the longer term to participate from our keynote information, what we just showed, that in the last third of our duration from 15 years, there's the most gains in Hex to be made. And those are mathematical facts. You can't change those, it will happen.
Absolutely. And that's also one of the reasoning behind the power of the dream account, how I said that to make it simple for new people, maybe you put it on a separate account. I know people like to do the ladder thing, which is great, but to not be confused is separating the dream account by just saying, this is the one to maximize. This is the one you get the most amount of t-shirt. It's the money that is for like rainy day, way back when, retirement, long that. So that way you don't get that confused, and you don't get that, indirect feeling when you're like, oh, I should have staked this longer and this and that. By separating the two, then you don't get confused. Now, If you have to do it on the one account for whatever reason, because you want to stuck to that, you're stubborn, whatever, that's fine. But I always say the first stake, when you open it, the first stake that you do should be the longest stake that you do, because again, the best rate you will get is today, because tomorrow it might be different, right? So you want to get the maximum longer pays better, and you want to get the lowest share price as you possibly can when you start. So that's why you always want to start with that. And one of the good tricks you can use is ask yourself, how much money can I put away and not look back for it? It's almost like it disappear. Like you're not going to see for the next 10 to 15 years how much that is. And whatever that number is for you, that's the one that you push towards the 555. And then you can start building the ladder over time by gaining more and more as you hopefully continue to work, generate money, because that's the key. Remember, it's for the long term. So you're supposed to continue working, generate more money if you can, some other places, so that you can add to that stash. So those true tricks are very, very important. And the power of staking, going back to Matt's point, is the Mushroom Experiment also really said that it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. You may have misunderstood in the beginning, but you can learn that skill. You can learn the delay gratification. And Hex is very powerful because it helps you. Because when you stake, there's nothing you can do about it. It's stake. That way it protects you from like, oh my God, FOMO, I would have sold it, I did, and then you would have missed out. So when you stake, it helps you from that. And this is what I'm so passionate about, live stream like this and all the education. And I want to give everybody on screen here a big shout out, because the work we've been doing so far is working. When you look on the, on Hex.vision, you watch the chart of staking, there's a lot more stakes now going towards the 555 zone or 10-year plus, which means people are learning, people are understanding the value of Hex, which makes it more robust. It adds more value for everybody. And also people are building wealth. So that's a good sign that our education is working. So we can continue to double down, because I believe in people. Maybe you call me an optimistic, but if you give people the right amount of information and you teach them why they need to do what they need to do, they will take it and run. And that's the work we're here to do. And the power of education, it's very underestimated.
And the beauty is that everybody can do it. Like even people that don't have a lot of money, that just have a normal 9-to-5 job and can only spend like 200 euros or dollars a month in Hex, you can still buy Hex and like stake it out really long to make up for the compensation, And that's what's so awesome.
Absolutely.
Exactly, because what are people doing right now? They still take their 100, 200 bucks they don't need for the next decades and put it in a 401k, or put it in the bank, or put it in a mutual fund, or put it in a stock, or in a bond, or into precious metals, or commodities, or something like that. And here in Hex we have a new possibility, and a really, really lucrative possibility. And especially if you're young, you can, and if you're not able to save up like 100 or 200 bucks per month, you can just save up the money. And when you have the 100 or 200 bucks, then you make the move into Hex and stake it out for the long run. So that then you don't have a monthly ladder in the future, but you can make a quarterly ladder in the future. And you always stake for the maximum, So if you're like 20 right now, you are like in the middle of your workforce, if you're not handicapped or something like that, because of other circumstances, you will be able to make your life in the next 15 years. You won't die of hunger. Depends in which region you are in the world, but generally speaking, if you're young and healthy, you might be able to find a job which brings you around for the next 15 years, So you can set up your dream account and put towards its end always. And, after a couple of years or after 15 years, you can harvest those little money plays you made 15 years ago.
Absolutely. And by the way, again, that's a fact. We already have people in the community in less than a year. We have stories of people who invested about, $750 and turning that into $35,000. So this is something that has already happened and will continue to happen most likely because of how powerful Hex is and the mechanism. And again, people are underestimating the money printing that's going on around the world, which is pretty crazy. So we're very lucky to be in the highest appreciated asset class in the history of the world. That's already a plus. The simple fact that we're in crypto right now, we're so ahead of the game. But now the fact that we're in the right crypto, finished product, one of the best, basically product in the world, if you ask me, the time deposit, earning money, so passively, and that's really what's going to change the game. So taking the time, doing the learning, step by step, you get ahead. I always say this all the time. Most people, overestimate what they can do in a year, but they underestimate what they can accomplish in 10. And that's the reason, and this is what compounding comes from, and building momentum, being consistent.
And actually, I was looking and searching for passive income possibilities in the last 2-3 years, and I'm so glad that I came along Hex, and exactly I came along at like 1.5 weeks before the first day.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
I did FOMO in the first 10 days as well, but still I'm really glad to were able to hear about it right before the start.
Well, yeah, you guys have presented some powerful data, and as the therapist in the bunch, I want to remind everybody to not lie to yourself when it comes to your own past behavior. The past is over, and so I don't want you regretting decisions you've made when you didn't have the information that you have today. Humans have kind of this tendency to feel bad once they learn something that they didn't know, and to kind of judge themselves based on what they know today, and to lose sight of the fact that you didn't know this before, right? If you didn't know how much longer pays better, and you made your decisions in the past based on a lesser understanding, don't judge yourself, right? Based on as if you had those tools before. Now that you do have the tools, you can feel proud when you make those longer stakes, knowing that they will pay better, thanks to the work of these fine gentlemen on screen. And so as we wrap up our first day here, I do want to make sure that everybody knows that there's much more awesome content to come. And if you guys want to let everybody know how to find you, I will set up the screen so we can see the rest of the schedule, and then wrap it up.
Yeah, I'll go first. Very simple. So mainly it's either Telegram on all the Hex chat, just Karim, Karim, or on Twitter, which is at Your Magic. So YORMADJIC, or courtesy of Maddie Allen, which is awesome. If you just type stakerclass.com, apparently, and I tried it and it works, it routes directly to my Twitter. So you can't miss me there. So very awesome. But that's probably easier. Yeah, literally, I rock it proudly. The face of the staker class. It longer pays better, and we will win against any trader. Like Richard would say, bring your influencer here to die. I will say, bring your trader here to die. I will put him against the dream account. He will never beat us. Never. So you don't
to beat your dream account, it will be pretty hard, yeah. And people, you should check out the video we did with Karim, because he was sharing the same information, and I guess we saw the US dollar value as well when we streamed,
It will be a good check. Like I told Maddie,
go check it, and then go back to this video right now and check what it says when Karim was streaming, because I don't remember the number correctly, but it went up.
Yeah.
A six figure,
now, as we wrap up, I just want to let everybody know we're actually not wrapping up for the night. We're wrapping up this talk, and then we're going to be doing a social, and we've got a really awesome we've got a really awesome concert, and a special performer to bring on. So this is going to continue to be the best part of the show. Well, all the parts are the best, but I want to make sure you guys finish telling us how to find you, and then we will do our concert to kick off the social, and then we will we'll end this stream and then restart so that we separate the social part from the conference part. So
sure,
go ahead and keep telling people how to find you.
Of course, sure. Then I will make it real quick. So the most where we are the most is on Telegram. If you want to write us directly in the English language, just write us at abithex or HexLion. If you can speak German as well, you can come to the Kryptosparbuch Telegram group. We have each and everybody of us has have a YouTube account as well, which goes by the name Kryptosparbuch, or the channel of abithex is abithex. Just put the underline there as well, that you really find his channel. The same for him goes for Twitter as well, where he has his meme account, his Hex meme Twitter account. The Kryptosparbuch on Twitter is at Hex Germany, and on our YouTube and D-Live channels, we are doing English content once per week. Actually, for this week, this right now is our English content, and a German content too. So both languages each and every week.
Awesome. Well, thanks again,
So-
guys, for presenting. And now we'll get to premiere, the world premiere of this concert, and then have our final special guest.
Now I get why they have hype men up here. I leave a line out, you get it. I'll jump in, you go. All right.
There's so many scams, I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere, bracket. That's fucked up, right? Like, I'm out there actually making an effort trying to stop the fucking scams. Everyone else is like, oh, fucking that Richard, yeah, he's a scammer.
Call it a scam, nobody really cares. We can tell you the only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got us set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Mexicans. ICOs, pump and dumps, they always try to take you. Buy low, sell high, I'm tired of your fake news. You need a token, you broken, you wanna see some massive gains? Lambo, new crib, model wife, cash and chains. Look no further at your final destination. Don't be complacent every day when you paper chasing. Choose the best, leave the rest. Stop investing like you press. The only crypto that you'll ever need is Hex. Call it a scam, nobody really cares. We can tell you the only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got us set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Mexicans. Your investments are safe, it's got defenses. A mutable contract that pays trustless interest. I don't understand why everybody is hating. Hex is capped at 3.69 inflation. Shares are like hash rate. The higher you take her, the more daily interest that gets paid to the stakers. Always do your own research, don't listen to me though. It's complete, it can't be changed. Hex is finito. Call it a scam, nobody really cares. We can tell you the only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got us set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Mexicans. The game has changed, ain't no going back now. Dummies that called Hex a scam can back down. I hope you understand, I pray that you follow me. You owe the entire Hex family an apology. And stay sober, cash out, the game's over. Hex is here for the market cap takeover. Buckle up, we about to be full throttle with multiple auditors where we get paid to hodl. We got the game smothered, sisters and brothers. with no expectation of the work from others. It's complicated. I know that there's a lot to this. For your daily Hex updates, tune to Hexologist.
What's up, guys?
Hex is like nothing that you ever been through. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the pumpamentals. If you like what you hear by now, think twice. Just remember, yo, this ain't financial advice. Call it a scam, nobody really cares. We can tell you the only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got us set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Hexicans.
Freddie quotes.
What's up,
Hey,
bro?
how's it going?
Going well.
Wow, that was amazing. The comments
Awesome,
going
awesome. I'm
wild.
glad you enjoyed it,
and,
man.
Oh, you're so talented, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. So, Joe had reached out and, or maybe it was you. I can't remember. It was you or Joe, and you said, "Hey, we can you do a live performance?" And I thought about it. I was like, "Yeah, that'd be awesome." But then I didn't want to do it on a green screen, so I called one of my buddies, and Sean Baldwin, awesome guy. I've known this kid forever, and I was like, "Do you have any ideas?" And he said, "Yeah, we can make this happen." So we actually pre-recorded it. I thought it would look a little bit better than just up on a green screen, but I hope everyone likes it, man.
There's like too many comments to share. Everybody loves it. I mean,
That's good. That's awesome, brother.
We're just scrolling through them here.
Very cool. I just see him popping up.
Yeah, yeah. Were you watching them the whole time?
Oh, yeah, holy cow. Thank you, everybody. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, the production goes all out to my buddy Sean and his crew. He's got a couple guys that he works with. They're awesome, man. They were super cool. There was a club. I had to drive out to Baltimore to record this. It's about an hour and 20 minutes from where I live, and they're shut down because of COVID. And so this club, the club owner let us come in there, and him and his wife were in there, and it shut down. So there was no heat on. I think it was about 38 degrees inside the building there. But yeah, I don't know. It was super awesome. So I want to give a shout out to him as well, the club guy, the club owner. He was a really cool guy, him and his wife, for sticking it out. It was very cool.
Very awesome, very awesome. And so I hope this got everybody excited about the next segment of the conference, which is going to be a social. And so this is, of course, in Hex, we make a lot of history. This has never been done before in this type of format. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to let people hop around to some different rooms that will have socials. We're going to end this part of the conference that's the serious part, so people can separate those two things. And so what we're going to do is we're going to end this broadcast, and we're going to have some different places for you to hang out. And that's as the captain and hexologists and other people have said, so sometimes it's the hangouts where we actually have the most fun and have also the most interesting conversations. And so I know we've got a room of people standing by, and you'll be able to find them on whatever platform you're on at joehexotic.com. And I'm going to type that into the chat here, and that'll take you to Joe Hexotic's. Well, it's